never touch my feet. Tim never gonna stop till I see the big man top.
Belief is at the heart of all we do. We believe that a Catholic education should be open to everyone. We believe that young people should flourish academically, socially, and spiritually. And we believe that through sharing the message of Jesus, every child we teach can help make the world a better place. Enrolments are open now at our 32 schools in the vibrant communities across the region. A Catholic education, belief in a better world.
Dreams, flight simulators, lifting young minds to believe. Drumline pulses, dance team shines, voices rising in perfect time.
The health hub heals, the artists create, the gym builds power, the oval elevates. In every club, in every space, we find our courage, find our place.
With hearts that reach, with minds that strive.
Welcome to day 4, finals day here at Confraternity 2026. Brought to you by the Australian Catholic University of Queensland here at Marist College, Ashgrove. On the field now we've got St. Pat's from Gympie on left of screen. And defending the southern end is Faith Lutheran College. Joining myself, John Devine, Billy Crutcher. Billy, finals day, mate. You nervous?
Oh, good morning, John. It's a pleasure to be here last day of Confraternity. And, well, I'm sure some of the players would be nervous, but it's been a big week for a lot of these teams. And it's all come down to the last day. A lot on the line. Some are just playing for pride.
And who we got out there? This is the final for...
This is the classic
final? Yep.
Yeah, not the classic final. It's...
Classic.
The classic playoffs games.
So they get to a kick. The mower was out this morning and they've managed to get rid of any dew. It's still be a little bit slippery. Full sunshine. We're expecting a rain-free day on finals day, which is very nice of Mother Nature. And that's the 40-metre line that St. Pat's have ventured to. And I'll go through with McLennan. He'll be pulled down 5 short. 25-minute halves. Good.
I believe so. I do apologise. It is a challenge, third versus fourth playoff.
There you go.
So the bottom half division.
There you go.
3 playing off for a spot. And John, we know that Confraternity can go quick. Of course, 4 days of playing, but it is a long week for some of these teams. And speaking to St. Pat's Gympie, they've managed to get through to this game with no major injuries at all. So they're all quite fresh. And on the other hand, we have Faith Lutheran, who have around 8 injuries. So big difference between the two teams injury-wise. And we're going to see the toll that 6 rugby league games in 1 week can have on a player.
Definitely. Not easy. 6 games that equates to 240 minutes of footy, so a high shot here gives had a scrum feed from an error. Now they got a penalty just inside St. Pat's into the ground. They'll find touch on the far side. Not. So didn't find touch. It's not the first time today. We found most sides to be able to find touch on this, the John Eales grandstand side of McMahon Oval, but the far side they seem to be struggling, and I don't know whether there's any breeze there, but it should be blocked by those trees over there. And anyway, so the penalty has been of no good whatsoever because St. Pat's have come up with it. That's a 40. Cricket pitch out in the middle. It's looking pretty hard after all the rain we had on Sunday and then day 1 on Monday and the odd sprinkle on Tuesday as well. So that's the halfway line. Over halfway go for St. Pat's. Well, that's a wild old pass. Been touched by a Faith Lutheran player. So they get a few more tackles. So all of a sudden they've got a penalty. And now they're defending with 5 tackles to go and they're 35 metres out from the try line. So it's all for Faith Lutheran to defend now. Chatfield. And Chatfield gets to the 30. Matheson a dummy half. That's been touched on the way through. He saw just a bad pass. So referee doesn't signal 6 more. They've come away with the footy now. So coughing up possession. St. Pat's now. Faith Lutheran will have an opportunity to work it out from their own end. That's the 40. They'll stand the tackle there of Swan. And then finally comes the ground. A little bit of help from Matheson. And that's gone backwards. That'll be a couple of knock-ons. So a bit yucky to start with. Maybe a few nerves. So this referee for this game is Todd Ritson. Touch judges is Frankie Harvey and Bryce Douglas here on field number 1. So a big shout out to the referees, and their referee coach is the one and only the president of the Brisbane Rugby League Association, Mr. Sir Mark Savage, you should really call him. He can't be far away from a knighthood and Marky. So flick pass, keeping live. This is the first tackle. They go down the sideline. Chalk is coming into play. He's going to take the tackle there, Latanzi. Stepping off left, right, besides the straighten up there, straight. There's Phillips towards the uprights. Matheson again, waiting for a slow play the ball. Show and go from the 14. McLennan probably better off.
Strong
Should have passed it, yeah, and he's lost it as well, I think. Yep. And we've said it a few times, Bill. We see players going across field without any commitment. They're just an easy target, aren't they?
Yeah,
and they just get belted and the pill comes out.
Yeah, that's right. Good position for the defender to hit him across and jam the ball free like we just saw. And Faith Lutheran look like they're playing with a bit of hunger as well. They had a loss yesterday and eager to redeem themselves on the last day of Confro.
Have we got to a kick yet?
No, I don't think so.
No, we completed a set yet.
What'll be now 8 minutes in?
Yeah. That's probably the message getting out there. Just hang on to it and get to our kick. Get some field position. At the moment, we've been playing between the 220-metre lines at the moment. There's a good break. Needs to hang on to the footy. Does so. Gets across the halfway line. Big tackle there coming from Rabin. Blind side. Was not even looking at the footy, unfortunately, that play. He was looking at who was coming at him. I could see his head was up. Maybe he was keeping the ball in his peripheral, but he's come up with an error. So Harry Lever will cough up possession. There'll be a scrum feed 5 metres inside St. Pat's half of the ground. So again, we don't get to a kick.
No. And told that this St. Pat's Gympie's team is made up of only 6 club players, John.
Wow.
So all of them just coming to Confro just from school, and some 3 AFL players in the squad play. One of them with the ball now.
There he is. That's Freddie Hamilton. Beats the defence to get across halfway. Again, just straight up the middle, which is, I'm sure, what's been asked of the players now. Just hang on to it. One out stuff not necessary. That's better. I say one out stuff is necessary. No pass is being forced, and there you go. He forces a pass. Let's hope he hangs on to it. And he does so. So Matheson. Threatening now. Finally, we're going to get a bit of pressure on the try line. They're still 15 metres out. But the best opportunity of the match so far for a team to score. Last tackle now, says the referee. Oh, we were so close.
I was just about to say, we're finally getting to a kick, John, but last tackle knock on. Miss an opportunity to get a repeat set there, the St. Pat's. And both teams just doing enough to survive so far, and it's been a long week.
Yeah.
For both these squads.
I get it. I get that. And my illustrious scoreboard friend here next to me, he says, I should be still in bed. It's holidays. Well, it's probably the same sort of thing with these guys. You know, they're on holidays. They want to get out of bed until midday.
I mean, it is Friday of Confro, John. They've played 5 games. Yep. They're playing the first match of the day on a dewy surface, as we know. It's been all week.
He's a good carry. Got the offload. Might be the halfback there in Sutton. No, actually, it was the back rower there. Sorry, in Lawson Richards. They carry earlier. Steps off the right, trying to go behind the markers. Does so effectively to get to halfway. I'm not saying anything. To the right. Putting it through the hands. No look passing. This is better. Continuity. Still going on the right-hand side. Faith Lutheran. Now it's the last tackle. There we go. We're going to get to a kick. Puts it in the air there to Sutton. Chasers are coming through. Going to be allowed to bounce. And luckily he bounced into the hands there of Latanzi. So there we go. We've got a completed set. It's taken us 11 and a half minutes. And good field position now. Looks it's up for Faith Lutheran to put a good defensive set in. St. Pat's will try and work it out from their own end. No breeze to speak of to favour anyone. That's the 20. Putting it through the hands, steps back into the field of play because the sideline was coming in as Latanzi will take that tackle. He's everywhere, Latanzi. I was just checking my team. See if there's not two of them out there. Chatfield. Now it's the last. Yes, they will get to a kick, so they complete one. Mind you, they're only 25 metres out from their own line. That's allowed the bounce. It's going to go end over end across the 30. So Faith Lutheran will be brought down. A good chase there from McLennan, and nobody's back at home here for Faith Lutheran, so it's one out from dummy half. Now the troops turn up. They're going to go from dummy half again. That's the halfback and Will Sutton. Sutton's going to be getting a flick pass here. Well, he's going backwards, wasn't he? Probably not a bad option. Got the hands free. The support play was there. A bit of a push. Oh, he's going to ask him to play over the mark. Must have been pretty close, Billy, to a
penalty. Yeah, certainly.
We actually saw a penalty in one game here. I don't know whether you're calling it with me, whether the dummy half pushed the marker off his own play.
That is quite a common penalty nowadays. There's a break down the right side. Faith will keep the ball.
And yeah, so it happens quite often. And the referee on that occasion was Brad Talon. He awarded the penalty to the defending side. The attacking side was guilty of pushing in the ruck. So the referee kept the whistling. That's gone on a kick on the last. They got to a kick. Bats it back here to the support play there, McLennan.
That's a good set there from Faith Lutheran, John. They were sort of buried inside their own half. So they get another opportunity here.
Lose the ball on the 40.
Some offloads and that break down the right edge, and now they'll be launching and attacking set on inside the St. Pat's Gympie half.
They'll play down. It might be a cramp or an ankle injury, and there's a hello. Yeah, I got nothing like a good old bit of fashion AFL violence out there. A little push and shove. Fine touch. He could have taken a dive like the soccer players. Got a penalty. Opposition player sent off. Not Confro. Yeah. Or rugby league for that matter. Restart. 25 out from the try line. They've got some forwards wanting to have a crack. The first one going to be Parlett. Going a little bit sideways before he drives with the legs. So 20 out. 0-0 still. Had just over 14 minutes of play. They go across field, trying to get through there, and he's got halfway through his Leicester. Tackled by his opposite there in Phillips. Fullback, I think that might be Vol. And the smaller player running into a couple of forwards. One of those Chatfield gets driven back to the 10-metre line. Putting it through the hands. There's an overlap here, but the wingers come up here from St. Pat's and Latanzi and shut that play down, and they get a penalty late in the tackle count, right in front, high shot. That's just frustration and fatigue. And that will be another set of 6 that will be thrown at the St. Pat's defensive line. They're 10 metres away on the try line. Here we go. Lot 4 wants to have a crack here in Salmon. Sutton, dummy half, goes left, then right, goes back towards the try line. Does he get there? The referee's there and he'll award the try there. No, he's short. Thought he's pointing to the spot. Crash ball. No way through there either. There's a lot of players in the way. They go to the right. Oh, defence comes out quickly, shuts it down.
Great tackle. Well, I was just about to say, John, we can see what holding on the ball can do for a team, as a couple completed sets from Faith Lutheran who are looking for their 4th win of the Carnival, and just St. Pat's Gympie. Some really good defence there and down their left edge.
The touch judge is coming to...
And there's a discussion here. And it looks like a scrum going to St. Pat's Gympie.
I don't know what that was all about. Maybe a lunch order? It has called a player or anything, but obviously asking the referee to be aware of something that's caught the attention of the touch judge.
Well, Faith Luther and John, they were one of those unlucky teams who won 2 out of their 3 pool games, but missed the opportunity to compete for the top half of their division. So, just shows to go.
Yeah.
Small margin in Confro. They were missed out on a points differential.
Wow, really? Wow.
So, comes down to that sometimes.
Yeah.
Just small moments like that knock on there could lead to something here for St. Pat's as they start off their set well.
Yep, a little still score. Confro 2026 finals day. Crossfield, that's a Christian Phillips, in strong Phillips, along with his partner crying in Gary Chatfield, the back rowers. Swan as well. So those 3 involved in this set of 6. Last tackle on the 40. Some will be in the eyes of the Faith through the defence. That's going to go high. It's going to be knocked on. That should be 6 more to go. Play on, says the referee. They've got an opportunity here. Now goes the centre for St. Pat's, whose name I don't have. McLennan. Here they come. This is the closest we've been for St. Pat's. Faith were on the try line, but denied. McLennan, and only a few moments ago, so all of someone on the right of screen. Slow play the ball. Dummy half now is Matheson. Looking for a charging run from the back rowers. Chatfield, that's done a good job to pull him down. Now it's the last. They put a crossfield kick in. Just has to catch it. Catches it well. Does he get over the line? I'm going to have a look at the touch judge. And that's a great try.
The spot. That's one of the tries of the carnival I've seen so far, John. Pinpoint kick and a great take there in the corner. Looked like it was William Alfred leaping there.
All right. Well, the kick actually came from Tommy Mackay, I think. It was like first points on the board. First time they really threatened the try line and they come up with it. It was actually
the hooker.
Yeah.
AFL player, John.
The kicker or the catcher?
Showcasing his
well, yeah, you're spot on, Billy, because, you got to be able to put that ball in the right spot. He's put it
I was told earlier in the week he had quite a nice boot on him, and he showcased it there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they practiced that too many times there, but the try scorer in William Alford. And it's taken 18 minutes to break the deadlock. It's taken quite a while, basically because of handling errors. Like I said, the first time they get down that end of the park and they go aerial, kick it in the corner, as Billy said, a lovely little kick into the forward pocket. That's the only position I know on a field of AFL is forward pocket, I think.
I'm around the same.
So, waved away, so 4-0 the score remains.
You would have been a good ruckman in your day if you'd played, John.
Well,
sure.
I think the other thing is I just don't have the legs. They're an outstanding physique AFL players. I think there's not too many running around with a big gut. That's where I probably would have fell down. But where's the ruckman play? In the middle?
Oh, in the middle. Yeah, I know most of the positions.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so ruckman. All right, I'll look it up, see how I go. But who's the famous ruckman?
Oh, famous. Oh, right now we'd have to. Let's have Max going up there. One of the.
Handling the error. They're going to keep it alive here. They're not content with just taking possession. They're going to try and turn this into attack pretty well straight away. The last thing Faith Luton want to do, St. Pat's want to do, is leak points after scoring them. Left they come. So handling error from the kick-off. It's going to cost them 4 points here. St. Pat's 10 out. Dart from dummy up, goes back behind the play the ball. Markers a weight to that manoeuvre. Blind side. Catch a pass. Hello, clothesline. He's come down there to Seth Smith. Just a loose arm. And they'll get another 6 at the line. And there's a classic, what we called in the old days, the clothesline or the coat hanger. Threw the arm out and he's gone straight into it with his neck. 1 metre out.
Nice.
Start from Lemmy Hart. Try time. Yeah, weight of possession. Goes back to the handling area from the kick-off. Billy Crutcher, and they've got points straight after.
It was a wonderful line run there. Nice crush ball, and it's a swing of possession. And they've capitalised Faith Lutheran. After it looked like St. Pat's Gympie were going to keep on rolling.
There's a lot for Aaron Lester with a try.
A great set play to bring his middle under. Leave a big spot there.
Yeah, he wanted it, didn't he? He just came charging on.
And the effort of this Faith Lutheran middle is definitely accredited. They've had a few injuries to their forward pack during the week. And it gets to day 5, and stepping up in moments like that is definitely something that players can be proud of.
They're definitely building to the big Shield final this afternoon. Brothers St Brendan's up against the new kids in Div 1, St Lawrence's. It's at 12:30, the kickoff. We've got a few more divisions to the side, so they take the lead. Faith Lutheran with a nice conversion from Will Sutton. And it just goes back to that kick-off. Just grasps it straight away. They just mounted pressure, and then the high shot. Billy gets another set of 6.
Moments, John, and the Confro.
Yeah.
It's come down to that. And it will come down to that in this game.
It's a 25-minute hard, so we can't be too far away from the hooter going. Brought to you by Australian Catholic University. So if you're over here on Field 1, check out all the marquees. ACU have got a tent here if you want to think about university options for your child, and also for anybody thinking about sending their boys to Mars College, Ashgrove. There's a tent over there. You can ask all the questions, and while you're there, go to Australia's and pick yourself up a nice hoodie. It's half-time here at Confraternity Finals Day, and a late try in the second half sees Faith Lutheran lead 6 points to 4.
Along with Queensland 4 and our thank you for your generous support and belief in the vision of this carnival. We are extremely grateful for your partnership and for the role you play in strengthening school sport and a broader athletic education community. On behalf of the entire Confraternity Carnival community, we would like to sincerely thank our valued event partners, Gower Production, Urban Utilities, ACS Printing Group, Big Food, Complete Sack Holdings, Bell's Fluorides and Coca-Cola for your incredible support. Your contribution behind the scenes helps bring this event to life, ensuring our players, schools, families and supporters have an outstanding experience. We are grateful for your partnership, commitment and belief in the power of community and school sport. Thank you for helping make the Confraternity Carnival a truly memorable event. On behalf of the entire Confraternity
Rugby league in Queensland has always been built on community. That's why Fogs continues to deliver events right across the state, raising funds for our local junior rugby league clubs through our regional tours. While our annual charity lunch and golf day help support Queensland charities and families doing it tough. Every ticket purchased to one of our events helps create a lasting impact where it's needed most. Join us in 2026 and help make a difference. Visit fogs.com.au to find out more. Hope to see you there.
With more than 140 schools covering the city, country and coasts, we are excited to welcome every student and every family into our communities. Our schools place Christian Catholic faith and pastoral care at the heart of every day and introduce friendships and values that last a lifetime. Find a Brisbane Catholic education school near you where your family can belong, achieve and grow. Brisbane Catholic Education, and education to believe in.
We are men of action. We don't sit back and wait. We've been taught to step up, to forge ahead, back ourselves and our mates, explore our interests, and lean into challenge. It's about showing up, standing up, and lifting up those around us. We are St. Patrick's College, Shorncliffe.
So the 1 minute warning's ready to roll. So we're looking for a decider. 6-4, a converted try late in that half there. Try by Aaron Lester, converted by Sutton. Gives them 6 points a try and a well-weighted kick into the corner there for the left winger, William Alford, to score for St. Pat's in the 18th minute. As you see, St. Pat's, plenty of time, 25 minutes to try and dig out a win. Halfway line cross now. Referee screaming to get back on side here. It's pretty hard when your legs are dead. Ray Bean, the number 10. Good carry, gets to his feet pretty quickly for a big fellow on day 4. Crossfield kicking. That's been knocked on. And that will be another set of 6 here for St. Pat's. Wow.
Well, early opportunity. St. Pat's on the front foot. We saw what they did with their last one when they were down their end. Good set there, good kick. Got to a kick. Unlike the first half, John, when we had to wait.
Yeah, it was 80 minutes.
8 minutes really for the first kick, but wasted no time here. St. Pat's.
Scrum feed will be won by St. Pat's. Gimpy has to reach high in the sky there. Does McLennan rail that one in? The fullback wants to go front, and it's Freddie Hamilton gets the offload. The right-hand corner is being threatened by St. Pat's at Gimpy. A few out from the try line. Big run here from Chatfield. Deserves a try, Chatfield. He must be close. He's got a point.
Gets one.
To the spot. He must have rolled over because there's a hesitation there, and Chatfield's come up with a try. 90 seconds into the second half. In the shadows of McMahon Oval. He hits line. There's 3 defenders there, and he's rolled over. Actually, he's slid it off his hip. Put it over. Who cares how you do it? Gary?
Got to get there.
Got to get there, and he did.
And I called the first game for St. Pat's Gympie with you, John, this week, and I do remember Chatfield was one of their enforcers, taking plenty of runs up the middle, hard to bring down, and he couldn't be brought down there, really. Going to the line, St. Pat's looking for their second win of the Carnival here. Winless through their pool matches, but certainly showed plenty of fight in them. Managed to get a win on yesterday. Oh,
That's pretty handy. Holy smokes.
he's kicked that. And they're up to a 10-6 lead. And every point counts, as we know, John.
Exactly right.
Seen plenty of games this week where it has come down to conversions.
Well, day one, Marist over St. Pat's.
That's right.
6-all.
Penalty kick at the end. Wonder if we're going to see something like that today, John, in the Shield final.
Oh, here we go. Wayward. It's just deja vu from the try before half time. Well, not necessarily because they lost the ball and St. Pat's have come away with it. So 2 knock-ons, no advantage saying the referee, so it should still be a scrum feed to St. Pat's.
They'd be disappointed there, Faith Lutheran. They had an opportunity. What a kick it was off the restart. Now just getting into their groove there, you thought, to get back in front. But St. Pat's get another go at it inside their own half.
Well, there's 4 minutes between tries in the first half, and one was similar to an error from the kickoff that led to a try, and then a high shot. So those little easy piggybacks help the side to get position and an opportunity to score a try. So at the moment they've got to try and work it out from their own 20-metre line. St. Pat's. And it's forward runners like that are doing the job for them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders there coming from Faith Lutheran to try and stop Lucas Rabin. Starting to play the ball down, effective. Phillips gets up. Underball here, middle of the park, is in the other back rower, the try scorer in Chatfield. Again, rumbling up the middle third of McMahon Oval. St. Pat's big men. Now it's the last. They've done the work there. Now it's up to the back, so put some icing on the cake. Goes aerial is Matheson, the AFL kicker. That's been juggled, knocked backwards. Be tied up. I think it might be the halfback way back there. Will Sutton's playing at fullback. And he's going to be tackled a metre out from his own line.
Really good kick chase there from St. Pat's. Making it tough for Faith here, coming out of her own half as they drive him towards the sideline.
Just looking for the there he is. Greening's only a little fella. They look for a flag. They go back into the field of play. Hands out in front. That's probably a good idea for any first receivers or anybody for that matter. Hands out in front and get ready to take that catch. Kicking early, looking for a 40-20. He's allowed to bounce and sits up on the 40. Freddie Hamilton dances across halfway, almost to the 40. Bit push and shove, here we go. Hey, there's a penalty. It's going to go to St. Pat's. The marker defence doing a little bit of push. Fatigue here from both sides. There really is nothing in it. He gave him a bit of a push on the ground, actually. It was the marker from Faith Lutheran who started that for mine. Let's see if the referee's kills the Jets.
Both captains. And John, you almost want to sort of, if you're a coach, you really don't want any suspensions on the last day of Confro.
No, it's a south.
You've gone back to your club footy. You don't want to miss any games there if you're playing that.
Yeah, South Taste tonight. Well, he's actually, the skipper has gone back. The penalty will go to St. Pat's, and the captain
pushed down.
Lucas Rabin, who's the captain, actually told his side to calm down. I've seen 1,000 times the referee's told, now go back and tell your players to settle it down, and they don't do nothing. They just walk back in the mark and don't say a thing. So Rabin has taken the instructions from the referee. I didn't actually look to the left-hand side to see whether Faith Lutheran did the same, but it was good to see messages passed on to his players. So Chatfield, try scorer with a carry to the 20. Matheson stepping off to the right, trying to work his way through there, but there's a couple of defenders in his way. Is the number 10 there, and Rabin, the skipper. Hamilton's got the footy, not sure which way to go. Decides to go back into the field of play, try to get between some tired players, but they close him down. Here come his back rows. Phillips again. Phillips, Chatfield and Swan. Well, but in particular, Phillips and Chatfield. There he is again, going for another carry. There is Chatfield, and Chatfield gets a double. Well, he's the go-to man. The big number 12, Big Gazza, gets his second try, Confray.
And a great run there. Chatfield, a second half double. And that unders play, they're running St. Pat's. And he's picked up a double in the last day of Confro.
He's not finished yet, Billy.
Oh, well.
Hasn't finished yet. He's got a double so far.
You never know. He could get more.
Yeah. So far.
Certainly something you won't forget.
Yeah, 5 minutes after his first. It was all lead-up work. Good lead-up work from the forwards. Yeah, just that dynamic. But, you took... it comes from a penalty, obviously. A bit of push and shove there. Rabin, good carry, the big number 10 here. Crossfield went Hamilton. Set up an opportunity on the far right-hand side. They started to direct all their traffic towards the try line on that right edge. And who did he go to? He go to the mailman, Chatfield. He always delivers. Conversion is successful.
Nice kicking here.
Yeah, 10-point lead now. And it's up to Faith Lutheran, one, to get some footy and hang on to it. And they need to score next.
Well, they're just completing their sets, John. And we speak about this all the time. Completing sets can win you games.
Yep.
And it's got them out to a 10-0 second half lead, and comes off the back of really nice return from Fred Hamilton.
Yep.
Earns the penalty, gets them down there. And Faith Lutheran, it's probably their last chance here. You'd think there's 15 minutes left.
Oh,
and they do get an opportunity, John. So here they go.
6-4 was a half-time score. And that was the lead of Faith Lutheran, led 6-4. So they haven't been able to put any points on the board, whereas that man Chatfield with 2 converted tries, they've got their lead by 10. To probably take a leaf out of the book of St. Pat's, Faith Lutheran, just use their forwards up the middle. That's a good carry, Few defenders, one of them was Hankins. Turn it back the other way. Vole, the fullback Vole, does he get there? The defence comes across there. Hankins again, the tackler. Slow to get to his feet. Taking an eternity. They throw it out to the right-hand side. They have got numbers. Catch and pass, and they're going to run out of grass. He goes back into the field of play there. There's a lock forward and Salmon. And he's driven back. High body position. Easy target to be pushed back a couple of metres. Line, they come out of the line really quickly, and led by Lucas Rabin.
See that from a mile away.
Too quick.
And Faith building pressure. Completing sets.
That's it. Yeah, you're right,
There's
Billy.
a reward coming out of this, John. There's pressure in their line, and last time they did that, they scored as they go out. Big shift here.
Now it's the first tackle, so they don't really have to score, but they will, maybe. He's going to get close to the try line, muscling over. The sideline comes into play. He's going to take that right in the corner where Alford scored the first try of the match. 2 metres out. One-handed offload. Oh, bust through, and he's going to score in the corner, I think. Yep. Weight of possession, exactly what happened to the other end here. This time it's going to be a try to Faith Lutheran, and they'll come up with 4 points to reduce the deficit by down to 6. One had it off. Yeah, you're right, Billy. It's the number 12, Lawson Richards, with a try. So the back rowers from both sides picking up some meat pies. Conversion will be very handy here. Billy bringing within 4 rather than 6.
Both these kickers do have a nice boot on them, John, so see that been taken back to nearly the 30.
Yeah.
Sidelines must be.
We see that a lot, haven't we? They just go way
open
back.
the angle up.
Yeah.
If they're confident enough with the distance,
Correct.
can pay off. Certainly, but
just a reminder too, Billy. Hey, if it's a draw, the win will go to Faith Lutheran because they scored first.
That's right.
Right.
Importance of a quick start, John.
Correct.
We speak about it all the time.
Doesn't have the legs or the direction. So score remains 16 points to 10. Probably learned a valuable lesson there. Faith Lutheran, hang on the footy.
The ball's
as Billy Crutcher said, you should be coach, mate. Build pressure.
Yeah, that's all I'd really say, John. I'd just say the same thing.
I don't think you've got the nerves to be a coach, mate.
Oh, you never know.
You'd be just twitching in the corner. You'd be up in the... I'd be upstairs rocking backwards and forwards, sucking my thumb to some sort of Gregorian chant.
I'd be standing well away from the sideline. I'd be a walkie-talkie coach at the top. Not sure about you, John. I could see you being a bit of a Ricky Stewart there.
Yeah, I'm definitely Des Hasler.
Players or one of them.
Craig Bellamy. Some people say I look like Craig Bellamy, and I can tell you what, if I was in the coach's box, that's exactly the way I'd go. So that's going to be a handling error. I do remember a former Host Plus Cup coach who actually went down to one of the feeder clubs for the NRL, and I won't say who the NRL coach was, but something happened. He just grabbed a big stubby cooler of blue, big biros, and just smashed it against the wall, rained down blue plastic, and nobody turned left or right, just straight ahead, as frustration just sentenced 20 big biros to an untimely death. JB, you watching? Whose son played for Villanova last year in the number 10. As we said, switch the play here. So, good shot there. Copybook tackle there from Jalen Roberts. But the play with the ball carrier hangs on to it. And he's hit right in the bread basket, but he hung on to it for dear life. Sutton. Gas behind the markers again. He's trying to weed his way through there, gets to the 40. Half a break in the middle. Full break. Gas behind the ruck, Billy. Putting a fend on, but the defence, cover defence.
Great defence.
Yeah, Bates. Charging towards the line there. It's Parlett. Can they go back-to-back tries? Last tackle.
Oh, great tackle.
Now, there's going to be a change. I thought for sure for a second it might actually be a penalty. There was one before against Raven for coming off the line too quickly. Not on this occasion. It's going to be a changeover. But there's a lot of gaps and tied forwards behind the ruck, Billy, and both sides are exploiting that.
They are, John. And they're trying to get away from the cricket pitch in the middle. Yeah. He didn't want to be tackled on that pitch, and I wouldn't want to be either. It's day 5. It's muddy. It's dried up. Looks like a tough pitch, but it was a really good break there. Looks like from Novak. The white headgear out there.
Yep.
Playing in the middle. Becoming a threat for...
Yeah, well, as this game goes on, the smaller players are going to stamp their mark, aren't they? Around the bigger forwards. That's where these little guys need to come in and do some carries as well. Just one out stuff, nothing too explosive. Just a rest of the forwards. As you said, Bill, I think you say play through them. We've got 5 players injured.
Well, they're missing 4 for this game, but they've had about 7 or 8 injuries across the week compared to St. Pat so far, who've really been gotten through fine.
Okay.
A lot of fresh bodies out there.
Wow, that's what they're telling the coaches. I'm good. Even though their fingers are right angles, I'm good. Gets the kick away on the last. End over end. Hits the middle of the pitch there, which allows it to bounce a little bit further. Hits that on the half volley with some momentum. So, goodish kick, but the return was probably better. Beats one, beats two. Doesn't beat a third. Bounces off the shoulder there of McLennan. We'll get up and play it now with Smith. Steps off the right back into the field of play there to Salmon. Salmon will get to the 30. Raywood. That's all they got to do. Just hang on the footy, Faith Lutheran, run it up the middle. They're down by 6. Only got about 7 minutes remaining. Throws a bit of a dummy there, but look at that tackle right around the ankles. Probably need to hang on a little bit longer. It's the last tackle. See what they do. They go aerial. Then they go be a grubber kicking in the goal area. That bounces up nicely for the man on the right-hand side.
Like that set there from Faith Lutheran. Quick play the balls. And they got down there fast. And what these quick play the balls do now is we see it's a second tackle here, and they're just getting out of their own 10. Can really wear a team down, getting back in defence. But St. Pat's Gympie, they've really matched every challenge they've got so far, so it's not going to put it out of their reach.
Faith Lutheran are really slowing the play. There's a ball down, not that it matters. There's a half a break here. Halfway the line's going to be crossed. Throws it back inside to Hamilton. Hamilton will have to pick it up. He's going to be tackled. No, he's not. Beats the first, beats the second.
Third.
Yeah, he's out of control. Get the number
breaking a lot of tackles.
Numbers to the right. They take it to the line. Cut out ball. And back into the field of play. Last tackle. That run down the sideline was none other than that man, Gary Chatfield.
7 tackles set, looks like.
No. Yes, it is. Correct, Billy. Yeah, Chatfield had made that bust down the left-hand side. So 7 tackles. There's 1, 6 to go. Still got time.
Crucial that. 7 tackles. Late in the match.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining. All they need is a converted try. Lock it up. They were the first try scorers. Gets the offload, rolls it back. Bulldog, Chatfield, the tackler. Jeez, you can do everything, Chatfield.
Played a huge game today.
Most certainly. Rewarded with a double. Salmon throws a dummy, then he gets back the other way. Marker's not quite ready there, so it's easy, cheap means. Turns an underball here now for the lock forward to go forward, and Salmon gets the offload. 10 metres out from the try line. Bashes off one, not the second there. It's Will Sutton still going. High shots, and yes, they'll be penalised, so they get 6 more here. Faith Lutheran, as the clock starts to tick down. 4 minutes remaining by our calculations, which is generally not real accurate, but we're going to guess.
You don't have the clock in your head, John?
There's a lot of things happening in there, mate. There's a lot of things ticking. It's just a matter of time before one of them goes off. Try looming here. Faith Lutheran, they must be mindful. Yes, they'll score a try, but the clock will wind down while that's being converted, so they really need to get close to the chalk, the uprights.
I'm not sure many of these players know.
Well, I know what the time is. Oh, yeah, you're probably right, too.
So they're probably just playing for points.
Probably best they don't know.
Yep, that's right.
Let's carry 1. 5 out.
Numbers to the left here.
Short ball. I don't think it's supposed to go that play, but anyway, he'll take it and he'll take his medicine, get driven back. Referee called held, so he's asked him to come forward a couple of metres. To the left. Catch and pass, cut out ball. Hits it on the fly. Coming back into the field of play here, so St. Pat's hanging on for dear life and hanging on to that 6-point lead. Dart from dummy half. Is there a way through there? No, sir. Wouldn't be surprised if Chatfield's in amongst that defensive bunch. Still trying to get through. That might be the 14. And Parlett. I hate when the referee points like that. Dart from dummy half as he scored. The referee Will he point to this and award the try? He does so. So right on full time, they've awarded a try with a conversion to come to lock it up, 16-14.
Very important conversion, John. But what a great set there from Faith Lutheran. Work down the field.
The 15 Burrows picks up and drives through the legs, and he gets a try there. There's Harry Lever. Oh, Harry, you're a superstar. You're a wizard.
Certainly.
Job's not done yet, Billy.
No, it's not. This conversion, and there'll be 3 minutes opportunity after this with one set each.
Ice in the veins.
At the best.
Ice in the veins. Strike soon as it got the legs. It has. Holy smokes, 16 all.
And what a finish. What a finish to the first game of the last day. And it'll be a tense couple minutes for these two teams.
Yeah, 6-4 at half time.
We've been treated to a good second half, John.
Totally. We saw it yesterday in the last game of Div 1 between Lauries and Cathedral College. Lauries were just outstanding that second half time. Like this game, the first half was just terrible football. They dropped passes. I think there might have been 2 completed sets from each side max. In the second half, they got into their work. They got rid of the rustiness and the sore legs, and now we've got 16 all. And yes, just remembering they did score first. Did St. Pat's, which would give them the win. And as Billy Crutcher mentioned, they may not know that, the players, unless they've been in this situation before. But the way to get rid of all that would be put points on the board. I don't know if there's a field goal to anyone. The field isn't really good for that sort of an opportunity. Throws a bit of a dummy, goes back into the field of play there. There's Willie Sutton. Got the one conversion. That's the halfway line behind him. By our calculations, probably maybe. Well, it's a penalty.
Oh, crucial.
You can't take 2 from there because the hooter will go very, very shortly. And they're going to take the 2 to break the deadlock. Wind down the clock.
Come out. It is.
Maybe they know.
I think they do know. The coaches would.
Maybe they do know. Just wind the clock down, get to the hooter.
Shades of your 200th game, John.
Correct. Well, yeah.
The penalty goal after the siren, or close to the siren.
There it is.
There is the hooter.
And the other thing too, Billy, I don't know whether the crowd know the rules either.
No, I don't think so. But they do know that if this goes over, that they win. So,
well, they were down.
Been an eventful second half. They came back. They led going into the break. Leaked 10 points to start, and now they got an opportunity to win after the siren.
Yeah, they were down.
Well, they win either way, to be fair,
yeah,
John, but it would be the.
You don't want to.
You don't want to go off in a draw.
Nah. Going to have to really belt it. It's going to fall short. Oh no! Has it got it over? Oh, Cinderella story! He's just gone over the crossbar. Can you believe it? What a kick! And they won it on full time. Oh,
what an extraordinary finish!
Will Sutton. I didn't think it was going to get there, Billy. What do I know?
I didn't want to say anything, John, and I know you didn't want to, but it's a great finish to the first game of the day, and credit to both sides. It's been a long week, and they've finished their Confro journey for 2026. Going effort from St. Pat Skimpy, and
well
there from Faith Lutheran.
It's incredible. Cinderella story. You dream about that as a kid, don't you? You know, kick the goal after full time, win the game. And Will Sutton has done that. So, yeah, an extraordinary game of rugby league Confraternity. Well, that's just the start of it today. Look out for the rest of it. We're going to take a break here. We're going to have another match coming up to you shortly here from McMahon Oval at Marist College, the host college of Confro 2026, brought to you by the Australian Catholic University. Oh, my God. I don't think it's going, mate.
Leave it on. This song's going to get noticed for the next game.
bright. Coming like a night since I ever touched my seat. Team never gonna stop till I see the big man top.
Belief is at the heart of all we do. We believe that a Catholic education should be open to everyone. We believe that young people should flourish academically, socially, and spiritually. And we believe that through sharing the message of Jesus, every child we teach can help make the world a better place. Enrolments are open now at our 32 schools in the vibrant communities across the region. A Catholic education, belief in a better world.
Dreams, flight simulators, lifting young minds to believe. Drumline pulses, dance team shines, voices rising in perfect time.
The health hub heals, the artists create, the gym builds power, the oval elevates. In every club, in every space, we find our courage, find our place.
With hearts that reach, with minds that strive.
Here for the second game of finals day, Confraternity 2026. It's going to be knocked backwards, says the referee. So this one is between Good Counsel, who are on the left of the screen. We're running it out from the northern end here at Morris College, Ashgrove, and on your right of the screen is St Mary's from Cairns. So halfway line about to be crossed. Out to the left, catch and pass. Good work here. There's half a chance on the left-hand side. Skipping and dancing through there, trying to get across to the far side and cover the fence. They turn up eventually to St Mary's. It's the last tackle. Cross the 20. Catch and pass. Oh, throws a dummy. Does he get there? He's held, looking for a double movement. It's going to be a changeover. Good defence there from Faith, from Good Counsel. Getting mixed up with the last game. A break down the right-hand side. Goes back into the field play. Beats that one. Just got knocked off balance and loses the footy as well. So all the hard work comes undone as Good Counsel come away with the footy. Referee for this one, Chella Williamson, with James Tarlington and Elijah Thompson on the sidelines. And Peter McPhee is their coach, the referee's coach. So this is the grand final. So congratulations to Chella Williamson for her appointment in this final. She's using every edge of McMahon Oval, both of these teams. Score still 0-0. Last game we saw a conversion after the siren to win the game. Gets the offload. Vu, I think. One way over. Kicking that's been played out. It's going to come up nicely. May have come off St Mary's player, so that should be play on and will get first points here. Well, good counsel. So try after 3 minutes. Well, there's nothing really doing. They were 20 metres out from the try line. Still had a couple of tackles to go. Half a dart from dummy half. Puts a kick in there and it's going to be picked up. And he scores a try the left winger. So Cohen Creed with a try after 3 minutes. Well, if anybody's watching the last game, got a lot to look up to from the kick from Will Sutton that previous game. Still can't believe that. Low and flat, converted 6-0. Cohen Creed, little kick in behind. I think it might have been Renzi who did the kick. I'm just going to scrub back to my replay here in the studios. Takes that nicely, a lot of heat coming through. So here they go again for another carry. With confidence now, with the scoreboard reading 6-0. Beats one, beats two, thinks about an offload, decides to hang on the footy, still trying to drive forward, still not called held there by referee Williamson. Slow play, the ball might be a little bit either weary or groggy after that one. There's the man who put the little grubber kick in there a little bit earlier, the number 19. Jury Hello. There he is again, puts it on the toe. To his wing, but this time he's out in the full. Too many wheat bix on that one. Don't know if there's any breeze. Billy Crutches jumped back in it. I don't think there's any much of a breeze out there.
Oh, they're picking up a bit, but not too much down there. Possibly a bit of building for the final, maybe. Bit of breeze, but
that's a few games away yet. As you see, St Mary's trying to work it out from their own end through their forwards. That's a good big carry, but loses the footy. The good carry, but a loose one. Comes up with an error there. There's O'Shea.
A penalty to follow it up.
Sorry, no, that was Maxwell Austin. Yeah. Referee Williamson explaining to... It's not going to change your mind, boys.
Take a tap it.
Well, it's interesting they're not going for the sideline touch. They usually fail on the other side. This side they seem to have always been able to find touch. But anyway, they decided to throw some forwards in the middle of field number 1. Gets a one-handed offload. Promoting the football, but they're going sideways at the moment. Not really making any dent in field position with those offloads. Finally gets face planted. Get up and play it 25 out. deep back line. Actually, back line goes from their 10-metre line to the halfway line, but I don't think it's going to go that far. Oh, maybe. Goes to the winger. Was supposed to go to the outside man. He's going to say a high shot here. It's going to be a penalty. And 6 more.
And good counsel. You spoke about that, John, that back line all the way back to their 40. And just great setup there from...
Well, I don't think the last pass was supposed to go to the player in up with it.
No, maybe not. Looked like it was cut out ball.
Yeah.
But probably good thing that he did take it. The sideline was waiting for him.
And that was the right winger. So here we go to the left-hand side again. That's where they scored. They're poised before and just needs to hang on to it. He's going to go over. Is he close? No, he is close, but that's it. Still a metre short. Oh, the marker's come off. Is going to be a penalty? No, it's going to be a loose carry and a scrum fee to St Mary's. I thought they might have been out of the blocks a little bit too quick, but as soon as the ball touches the ground, you can leave your mark. Did everything he could to get across and score on the trot. Demas' cover defence was good, and Demas from marker defence puts a shot on and they lose the ball, and that'll be a scrum feed to St Mary's to get out of their own end. First things first, he hangs on to it this time. It's a cut-out ball, finds the left winger, looking for a one-on-one strip before the second player comes into it, so hangs on to it. Blue wall there, no way through. Still 25 out. Referee Williams trying to get good counsel back on side. Gets a pop pass out the back, throws a dummy, tries to go between shoulders, gets past one but not the second. Again with another forward. Jackie O'Shea gets to the chalk that marks centre of McMahon Oval. The referee saying go back, and
it was like an injury here. It's a good counsel, unfortunately.
I don't know whether it's a bit of claret. He's going to the sideline regardless. 21 players from each squad, so there's plenty of options to make some replacements. Numbers, takes the line, draws a man. Almost ran over the top of the ball. Throws it back inside. I don't know whether the winger actually called for it there in Swain. It wasn't Swain, it was the back row. Nathan Boo.
And
looked good.
Yeah, they did look good. Building up a nice set there. And also something else to mention, John, that these teams haven't lost a game yet.
Really?
Either of them. So one looking to go undefeated today, all the way through Confro. And it's a local derby as well. Good counsel from Innisvale and St Mary's from Cairns. So 2 far North Queensland teams. In Brisbane, the last day of Confros. Here's a break.
Oh, good flick counsel. Passes it forward. Referee will call it back. Good break down the left-hand side. Actually, the right-hand defence here for St Mary's is really being tested here. And the kicking game from Jerick Hello, the number 19 with the pink headgear, they've got to keep an eye on him. They've got to shut him down. He's just doing what he likes at the moment, especially on that left edge. And Innisfail and Cairns, I bet they're just screaming about a week in the Arctic.
Oh, it's actually quite warm today, John.
That's not bad. Yeah, it's starting to warm up. So it's a footy.
It is. The dew looks to be gone.
6-0. Yep. Lovely conditions here at McMahon Oval. Field number 1 of Morris College Ashgrove Host College here for 2026. We're live here on the John Eel stand. All 7 fields have been live streamed this week. Brought to you by the Australian Catholic University at Banyo. Fair income. You talk about picturesque spots for a university up on the hill there at Banyo.
Great campus up there, John.
Isn't it? You watch the planes land, take off.
Open space.
You're lucky one might crash. Yeah. Lots of parking.
Yeah.
Easy to get to, too. You just come off the Southern Cross Way. Bats that. It's been touched in play, not the matters. It'll be a scrum feed. Yeah, so if you're here at the ground here and when you make your way over, the Australian Catholic University marquee is there. So any questions about university life at Banyo, they're the people to talk to. So here we go. St Mary's, they're down 6-0, trying the 3rd minute of Cone Creed. They've looked daft from dummy half here. I thought they'd go throw the big fellow. Siggins goes over the 20. Now he wants to have a crack here, and he goes there. It's Austin. Good carry, Austin. Still going. It's Austin. Oh, he's might end up with some chalk on his forehead. He's that close. Throws a dummy back inside. Goes the halfback, and Ellis gets the offload out the back. Fortuitously, that it bounced nicely. They might be locked forward two-toe. Halfback trying to wheeze his way through there as Ellis. No way. Close. Tackle there was Drew Yellow. The headgear. Thank you for wearing that headgear, young man. It helps me out enormously. That's going to go towards the paint. And it will go into touch here. Oh, just execution, Billy. Execution.
Yeah, they had a great opportunity. I thought they got down there well, right on their line and ready to match it back with good counsel. Who got the first try. But there's plenty of time left, 10 minutes to go in this first half.
Yeah, Xavier Ellis is trying to make something happen. He's just struggling.
He's got to get to the 5th tackle there, yeah. I reckon. He's got to complete.
Correct.
As we saw in the last game. A couple of completed sets can lead to some points.
And Billy Crutcher on the money, as always. In his analysis of these games, a lot of experience, and that's going to be a push, and I'll be go back and play it on the mark. I call held, says referee Williamson.
You reckon you've been on the money, John, this week?
Not a penny. We're out by a mile, mate. Thank God you're here. Good name for a TV show, too. No, the beautiful thing about Confro is you just can't bring the form guide from last year to here.
It's too hard.
Colleges might win
money.
5 in a row, but they change over their playing roster every 12 months.
Oh, that's right. And a new group of people graduate. Players graduate every year, and as we saw this year, not many people had St. Lawrence's coming up into. Obviously, you called that game yesterday, John.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Billy. Who'd have thunk in Div 1? Yeah, we'll work towards a top 4 finish over the next couple of years.
Of winning Div 1 for their first year in it.
Well, Brothers and Friends are a powerful school there, but they're only 21 players, same as themselves, and they're a fresh batch as well. And the name isn't everything.
They're coming off a rugby league program as well as Laurie's are, but they're coming off a union season, so 2 different form lines leading into the game. Here's a break to the middle.
Oh, they will bring him down. I think that might actually be the winger who did some damage earlier. Could be wrong, but actually 8 metres out from the try line. Catch and pass, goes back in the way the footy come, and there's a try line. He's so close. Zion Toms. They fired up to the left-hand side. They've got numbers. He doesn't go for a grubber kick this time. Looking for an offload. Doesn't need it, does he? No. Williamson's going to run around here and award the try. So they've got another 4 points in the bank here. Good counsel.
Great effort down that left side there. Is it building up for a through the hands? And that guy you mentioned, John. Pink headgear.
I'm just trying to get the number. I'm looking at the replay here, and there's 4,000 people jumping all over the top of this guy. I have no clue who scored that try. We'll look at the gap, see if we can come up with the answer there. So conversion is pretty much in the same spot as last time. We'll get that number for you shortly, but yeah. Good work to get down there and use every bit of... You can see the gaps are out there. I thought he would have passed it to I think there might have been 2 players outside on the run. Mark would decide to step off the left and go straight towards a try. That might even be the goal kicker who's actually having a shot in. Number 13, the lock forward, Peter Saline.
And he was threatening down that edge earlier, John.
Yeah,
He almost held up, but he gets a second go at it. Crashes over. A kick here can take it to 2 converted tries with about 7 minutes left in this first half. It's waved away.
That's a slight relief for St Mary's from Cairns. And I would... St Mary's Cairns has 1,000 students. Well, there's good counsel. I have got some students as well, but I don't know how many. I imagine they were a slightly smaller school. Innisfail is a big place, but...
Well, last year, John, they rejoined the Confraternity Shield after a 25-year break.
Good counsel.
Yeah, so they're back in. And
they're in the
chance to win a Confraternity Classic this year. Let's go back to play it there.
It's kind of Barry with a big shot from St Mary's. But they've got a 10-0 lead here. We're going into the final 6 minutes of this first half. Reaches out there. Not a great pass. So, St Mary's a chance to put 4 on the board before the break. The scrum's going to be set 31 metres out from the try line. Set plays. You've seen a few tries scored off the back of scrums at Confro. Really test the defensive players one-on-one. And you get these set plays, the wraparounds, the marker, the lock forward might come around, halfback links up with him, a wraparound creates an extra player. Not on this occasion, trying to get past. He's got past the edge of the scrum. 11 out from the try line, that's a good run. Breaking from the scrum, they were napping. Damas, floating pass. Finds Alexander, and Alexander's going to take that tackle right on the sideline here at McMahon Oval. A dart from dummy half. Manus. Only made another metre on that one. Now they'll throw a crash ball player at the line there in Coleman. You can hear the crowd saying use it. It's probably a good call. They've got numbers out to the right-hand side, but again they go through. And there's a penalty. Barry will go back and play it. He has to play because he's the ball carrier, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's a penalty, so tap restart. So Barry with it. There he goes. Barry, 3 or 4 defenders. They need another forward to draw those outside men in. Here they go. Good play. Now to the left, not a great pass. Decides to run it. No way through there. Cover defence holds him up. Dart from dummy half. Referee Williamson says short. Again, there's no way through there. They're holding firm now, good counsel. It's a last tackle. Goes without it.
Survive line. Good counsel.
Hang on a second. They might turn something out of it. Nothing here. Yeah, that's disappointing there for St Mary's. There's no way through that line.
No.
They scored a dart from dummy half of the other. It doesn't mean it's going to work for you guys. Send it out wide.
I did have some numbers.
Yeah. Well done to the defence there. Good counsel.
Really good defence, John.
And we talk about defence, and I don't want to just single out Div 1 competition and that Laurie's game here, but the amount of ball that Cathedral threw at the line.
They were very brave Lauries yesterday.
So defence can win your games, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it does, John. We did say yesterday. It's probably one of the most, is the most important form in rugby league.
So, knock forward. The hooter must be close.
Got about 3 minutes.
Yep.
2.5 minutes till the hooter.
The referee calls out the play there, so it allows Chuto to grab a few more metres, but the referee's going to award a penalty anyway. They're going to find touch. Good play. Might have a bit of a clue they got a few minutes. All right, 22 metres out from
This is a big
possible
set
4
here
points.
to get back within a try, John.
I think you're right there, Billy. This
is probably the biggest set in the game so far.
Yep.
You'd imagine, with only a minute left now, minute and a half.
First carry goes to Chuto. That's the 20. Barry's lurking, goes behind him. Catch and pass. Still working that right-hand side. Has to come back into the field of play. Does the winger, the defence is strong. Again, from good counsel. They've been here before. No, a knock on at the back of the ruck.
Crucial. They're going to survive, looks like, with no tries let in or no points let in the first half. Good counsel.
Did they go wide too early, Billy, I think? It was only the second tackle, maybe the third, which is fine, but the defence from good
The defence
counsel
was there. They just got to
they got in his
be able to
side.
match them.
Yeah,
St. Mary's.
Howard knocked it on. He got a little in the way. He was going to have a dart from dummy half, and the number 9 wanted the footy, but error comes up. That is the halftime hooter, last play of the half.
Happy to take the footy in.
And that will be half-time here. It's 10-0, 2 tries in the first half. Connor Creed in the 3rd minute, then to Celine in the 17th minute. And one of those tries being converted. And we are going to the break. And, well, as we saw after the first game, Billy, half-time score doesn't matter. We'll see how we go.
That's right. It's never over, John.
Back soon.
Thank you for your generous support and belief in the vision of this harvest.
Rugby league in Queensland has always been built on community. That's why Fogs continues to deliver events right across the state, raising funds for our local junior rugby league clubs through our regional tours. While our annual charity lunch and golf day help support Queensland charities and families doing it tough. Every ticket purchased to one of our events helps create a lasting impact where it's needed most. Join us in 2026 and help make a difference. Visit fogs.com.au to find out more. Hope to see you there.
With more than 140 schools covering the city, country and coasts, we are excited to welcome every student and every family into our communities. Our schools place Christian Catholic faith and pastoral care at the heart of every day and introduce friendships and values that last a lifetime. Find a Brisbane Catholic education school near you where your family can belong, achieve and grow. Brisbane Catholic Education, and education to believe in.
We are men of action. We don't sit back and wait. We've been taught to step up, to forge ahead, back ourselves and our mates, explore our interests, and lean into challenge. It's about showing up, standing up, and lifting up those around us. We are St. Patrick's College Shorncliffe.
All right, well, as you saw in the previous game with a 6-4 scoreline, down 16-6 at one point and came back to win that game. This could be the same thing. 10-0. Billy Crutcher joins me for this final 25 minutes of this classic final. And we hear the hoot and away they go. And that's like a bullet. Barry. Big carry from prop forward Barry. Takes that on the 10 and then gets to 25 out. So what does St Mary's need to do, Billy? And I think I think agree with you on this
first, John.
You know, and how do they do that? They've got to hang on that football.
Hang on, complete sets, score first. The first try this half is really the.
Well, we've seen
go a
it
long way.
Yeah, you score try, it just gives you confidence and momentum. You know you can cross the line. And you're not wondering where your next points are coming from. That's a good shot. Williamson, the referee says play on the last tackle. Yeah, it's a good shot. Seen a couple go above the horizontal, but on this field in particular that I've been at, good take there. There's a lot of heat coming through there. Mike got a high shot and a penalty.
It's not the start they're after St Mary's.
He might have fallen into it, but
it did look like he. Yeah, sometimes he's got unlucky.
No great area.
So their first challenge is coming in the first minutes of the second half. And good counsel, who participate in the Townsville Blackhawks Schoolboy Cup against many teams up in the North Queensland region.
Yeah, we were there 2 years ago for Confraternity, hosted by two colleges up there. We used 2 sets of grounds up there, but it was wet.
Ignatius Park and
I can't remember, 2024. There's another college out the back with 2 of their fields, but it was great, except it rained. Most of the games were being played on Jack Mansky Oval, the home of the Townsville Blackhawks, and weaving his way through there. Somebody stop him. He's just going to walk to the line there. So Mary's crucial here. If they score here, it's going to be a bridge too far for mine. There's a defence that's good. Last tackle says Williamson. Options right and left. Here they come. Good counsel again. Goes back into the field of play. Shut down, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's good field placement for them to defend. And well done this time to St Mary's. They hung on. And he'll work it out from their own end. Barry thought about passing him, but his job is to do exactly that, and that's run over the top and cause some carnage in the middle. But look at this defence here from good counsel. They have to find a way around. There's no way through. It's a 20, 2 tackles to go. Blindside. Draws 2 defenders. 1 to beat. Where's the support play? Doesn't need it. Goes into the field of play on his way to the chalk here. Still going, looking back. The cover defence comes too late. Try. They drew the men on the outside and it was a clean set of heels. I thought for a moment then that player was going to get pulled down. Callahan steps off the right, or Callaghan, and as Billy Crutcher alluded to, they had to score first and they've done that.
They do, John. And what a great run, great set play there from St Mary's. It looked like a pretty good cutout ball going down that right edge, and they survived a good counsel attacking surge.
I think they realised, Billy, and I said to the call, there's no way through, only around, and they did that.
They do. They go out. They go around. Great right foot step to beat the fullback.
Well, he's on his own.
Yeah,
nobody else is with him.
Didn't have support, and he got there himself.
Well, the player did turn up late there, but it didn't matter. He did have a look. He had a look over his shoulder and get away from me. Score under the crossbar is to take it within 4. Mind you, I've seen 2 kicks One hit the upright and one completely missed from this far out. A kiss of death, so conversion successful, 10 points to 6. So they get that blank off the scoreboard, do St Mary's, and as we said, Billy, it breeds belief that you can score tries, and I think they might have worked out a way through this defensive line, which they didn't do in the first half when they peppered the line. They just tried to go through the forwards. They sent it out wide to that man who actually scored the try and given him an opportunity. It might have been a different story before the break, but hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, that's right, John. And as I just mentioned, that St Mary's, they had that first challenge, and that was the good counsel attacking surge they had. They defended that well, and you just feel like, I know it's one try, but you just feel like the momentum is completely flipped. It's a second tackle, and St Mary's nearly working their way to halfway.
Yeah, good carry from O'Shea to start with.
Quick play the ball as well. He gets on his front here. Not slowing it down.
And this is get out of my way. Big charge straight up. So they coming into this right hand side. Steps off the right, goes back into the field of play. There's a now. Last tackle, says referee Williamson. That's the 30. Ellis comes unstuck. Was it a touch? No, that will be a changeover. End of a pretty good set there, but not the prettiest.
But it was a really good set.
Yeah.
Getting down there, like your second tackle and halfway, and they're just trying to hold on to that bit of momentum they have, St Mary's, and a big set here from them can really put them in the box seat, even though they are down by 4.
Yeah, need a good defensive set here. That's an offload. Not much you can do about that. We've got a couple more metres, did good counsel from Innisfail. Trying to get through there, but whipped to the ground by Patey. It's over halfway, so he's lost the ball. That's a good shot. Dislodges the footy. And O'Shea will come up with it. He's lost it. Is there any advantage?
No ruling. No.
Referee's going to play. There was advantage. And play on. That's another knock. What are we watching? AFL. Come on, guys. Still plenty of time for both sides to get some field position. They're throwing it around like it's the last minute of play.
Right on halfway, the scrum.
Right on halfway, centre of McMahon Oval. This is the host college school, Morris Ashgrove's #1 field. John Eel stand that we're in. That's where the first 15, first 13, first 11 play. And I'm told these fields are shared with the girls' school, Mount St Michael's, who haven't got a rugby league program, but I know there's somebody in the commentary box here is wishing she was out there, tearing it up. Here's a good carry. Bounces off one, still going. 25 out. The big fella's gassed after that carry. I don't know whether he's hurt or buggered. Might have got winded, I think. Referee Williamson will call time off. He got up to play it, then just went down onto his knees and over he went. I think it's the number 8 there, and Jaden Lacaze. So 10-6. Billy, we got a
game's very much in the balance.
Fair thing, I'm not going to call it ever again, but I thought they were bridged too far on that previous game, but they were
fought their way back.
Faith Lutheran. I think a big fella, he's grabbing it at his lower back. Might be a little bit of a twinge.
Yeah, not what you want to see. And we spoke about this last game. It's day 5. It's their 6th game of the Carnival, like all teams will be playing today. And it's been a long week for these young men.
It has been a big week. It wouldn't be anywhere else. Yeah, the prop forward, the number 8, going to the sideline. Great bust up the left-hand side. He actually ran like a
great
three.
It was a great run.
And he'll go sideline. We'll wait for him to step across the chalk before referee Williams says let's get ready to rumble. And away we go. That's a 20-metre line. So they came up with an air up. 10-6. Plenty of time left. We've got probably 15 minutes remaining. Tries to offload there as the 80. Presence of mind to hang on to it. I think the message got out here. This is certainly a better effort here from St Mary's in the second half. They really treated the football like gold. They've hung on to it, and he's going to get a penalty here. Tuto, a bit of a too long in the ruck, which I think good counsel is starting to realise they've got to slow this play the ball down because they're just growing with confidence every minute, aren't they?
The quick play balls are very crucial. Just 15 minutes to go.
Especially on a day
like this. Yeah. Teams are tired, and if you get them on the back foot, it can be hard to come back from. St Mary's making a charge here.
Jakey O'Shea gets to the 30. Centre of the park, options left and right. They go to the left through their lock forward, and Tuto gets the offload.
Looking dangerous down these edges, John.
Yes, they've got to try and look what's happened. They're just growing. Legs there. It's Tuto again, I think. Gets the offload. Referee says go back and play it. Alexander was on his way, but the referee wants that one play where she called held. Ellis tries to get through there. Down to the last. Numbers. Coach going to try and go there himself. Well, he had players outside him. One of them was the fullback there in Dumas. He could have quite easily just given that ball because he had the space to score, but if you're not going to score, that's the next best thing.
The captain, Richard Dumas, was hanging around out the back. There's good counsel now. It's their turn to get out of their half, and a strong run there. And John, both fullbacks have been playing well, both captains as well. Just mentioning Dumas there, and also Tyrell Forbes, the number 1 jersey for good counsel. Strong run up to the 40 nearly.
Now they cross the 40, but Jackie O'Shea, one of the tacklers. They go to the blind side. Again, a gap behind the ruck here. Puts a kick over here. Needing a good bounce. Gets it. Oh, jeez, for a moment there. I thought he was going to snatch that pill and head to the chalk. But
nearly the bounce from heaven.
Yeah, exactly right, Billy. Crutcher, bounce from heaven. But it wasn't. I won't say it was from hell. It was just a bounce from purgatory. There you go. More religious background. Not good, not bad.
You've been saving that lineup, John?
I have actually, since I was like
how many years?
Since I was 8, like only 50 years.
Wow,
there you go.
You get to use it on a concrete game.
Yeah. O'Shea gets up to play at centre of the park. Ellis. Again, Ellis just needs to get that offload. He's a good ball runner here, but then again, he's probably looking for some players that run off him. So it's a kick. Bounce is good, and the chase is just as good.
It's very important. Chase after your kick, and they're making it really hard. There's a great line speed here from St Mary's.
Yeah, Alexander with that first chase. I'll tell you who's gone a little bit quiet, maybe because they haven't that much ball, is Case Jurigello. That man there at dummy half hasn't had
just need to swing a possession to go back their way. Good counsel for him to, and you get back in the spotlight again.
He's on the left-hand side. Let's see if he's got a... His kicking game's been pretty good. Beats one. No look. Pass. Well, good grab. It was Swain. Still going to Swain. Now it's the last tackle. So good counsel. Want to put this one to bed. Corby puts that one high. It's allowed to bounce. It's going to be knocked on. And I think it's scrum. It's a good
set here.
Pivotal.
And it's an awkward kick that for a defender, John. Sort of inside banana kick coming back across field. It's coming to the ground quite quickly. Not really sure how to attack it. And unfortunately there for St. Mary's, they weren't able to cover the footy. And they've given good counsel just enough opportunity maybe to really make it difficult.
Yeah, I think
and it looked like for a minute, John, that they were going to go down there and get the lead possibly or tie it, but now how quick footy can change. Huge run.
They need to be strong here. It's a good tackle there from Austin. Dart from dummy half steps on the right, goes over and scores. 14-6, out by 8, kick to come. Comes on the back of a handling area, although I didn't take the kick. Still some work to do. I think it's a try to the number 9 in Ben DePore. Just tied defences, and they've been doing some tackling. Number 14, the other placing hooker, Clayton Benai, I beg your pardon, gets that try. And a critical one. 8. Yes, the conversion would be nice, but that's 2.
Well, it was a strong run from Balderson there, John, who had some really nice runs in the first half. He's come on there and opened up an alley for his hooker.
And right in front. But you're right, Billy. A moment ago, we're looking down the right end of McMahon Oval. Comes in and strikes this one. Smashes that through the uprights. 16 points to 6. 10-point ball game.
Apologies there, John. I'm quite sure it was Tyrell Forbes, according to my sources.
The fullback.
The fullback getting in there.
Well, you called him. He's been having a strong game, and he's come up with a a trophy-winning try.
He was a bounce away from really scoring one of the tries of the carnival we've seen so far. And he's awarded there under the posts. And it's tough here for St. Mary's.
Yeah, not the greatest numbers.
7 minutes left in their 2026 Confro, and they've got
they got to get back. Here we go. Well, just quickly, they're not the greatest numbers on the back of the jersey here from good counsel. We do apologise if we get the numbers wrong. 8 out from the try line, hit back straight away, and it's game on. Dumas, the skipper, goes close to the line there to the 3 defenders. They hold him up. No need to panic. Big fella Barry gets the offload. Lock forward, Tuto. He's denied by that man, Jugello. Takes it to the line, just lurking. From here we can see it, Billy. They just can't quite get it to the number 12. He's gone for a dart from dummy half. And changeover, but...
well, they had numbers out to that left, John.
Tumulati was just standing there, ready for it.
You can see that vacant patch of green out there. I'm sure they might want that one back. That might be a bit disappointed, but a really good set there, better set there from St. Mary's. And it's day 5 Confro. The boys are playing their last 5 minutes, so I'm sure there's a lot going through
Well, they got the bounce from heaven, as you call it, mate, from the kickoff.
Yeah, that's right.
We're on the attack straight away, so now they need to get that football back. That's the 30.
But, John, I must credit good counsel for their ability to come out of their own half here. They've been doing it all game, and they're up to the 40. They're just making some good meters, some strong runs.
12 short. And they'll get to a kick. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for. Good counsel to get out of their own end. Well, they're going to run it on the last. How about this? Turn it back inside. We're going to call back for a forward pass.
Now, there's 5 minutes to go. You'd want to score the next two sets, or probably this set.
One, yeah.
Because that try is very crucial.
Yeah, but it'll chew time up. You're right. So they really need to score this set. So what have they got in there? What's in the playbook for St. Mary's from Cairns? First one we used is that man, Jakey O'Shea. He's probably run about 80 metres of his carries so far. Now they're going to go a little bit more expansive. But this man, he hasn't had much footy here, but Tumalati, his field position has been really good, but he just hasn't been able to receive the football. He's just playing the ball now. Let's see if he gets into a try-scoring spot himself. He's going to become first receiver. I reckon he's got some potency, this man. Grabs by his fingertips, gets the offload. Catch and pass here. They got numbers out to the left-hand side. Cut out ball. Siggins comes back into the field of play. Pull down, 10 out. Forward run again from Tuto. Last tackle and last play of the roll of the dice, you should say. Kick into the in goal area. It's going to be picked up and knocked dead in goal. That will be a line drop out or a change over to he might have spilt it.
I can just see the centre there for St. Mary's, Eamon Callaghan, standing with his hands up. Yeah, there was a bit of space there, so look out for them to go back down that right edge, John. This set, possibly the try that can set up another grandstand finish.
Well, this will be very deep, you would think. Line drop out. Time is short. It's 2.5 minutes remaining. Left-hand side. That's a right-hand defensive. Good counsels have been really strong. I think there are real opportunities where they scored on the right-hand side on a couple of occasions for St. Mary's. They haven't exploited that right side, especially in his final minutes. You see headgear and boots and everything falling off. Tuto stands in the tackle. 3-4 defenders. They peel away. Referee Williamson says held. So this is where it's going to be picked up and knocked on. That will be a scrum, and that would be all she wrote, you would think. 2 minutes remaining by our calculations, so they might get one more set, but they need 2 sets and 2 converted tries to win this one. But I can't
it's
see
a
it
tough
coming.
task from here, you'd imagine. Good counsel. They've, to their credit, they have survived most of the things St. Mary's thrown at them in their second half, and they've just had every answer, John.
Yeah. And you tell me they'll go through undefeated?
Yeah, well, they will. The winner has gone through undefeated, winning all their pool games, and obviously winning both their finals to get to the classic final today.
Forbes plays that on the 30. Again, trying to get behind the markers to find that gap in the line. Referee Williamson screaming for St. Mary's to get back on side, but they are gassed, these boys, giving their all for their college and their mates.
That's right.
Right,
here goes Forbes, try scorer.
He's been
everywhere, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit cruel. He's fresh, he's nimble, he's running towards tired forwards and sort of making it look easy, but it's a man who put that kick in earlier is going to get a pass into touch, and that will be I don't know whether it was the last in the changeover. will go in the way of St Mary's, and we've got that hooter should be going any tick of the clock. Go to the right-hand side. That's where the points are. And there is the hooter. Puts a little kick over the top here. Picks, regathers. Goes for another kick here. This is enterprising stuff here from Arnail. Allowed to bounce. Is going to be knocked backwards into the hands of Good Council's player, and he'll take the tackle. And that will be full time. They've won this one. Undefeated 16 points to 6. Billy Crutcher. 3 tries to 1. Try to Creed. Soline, and then Forbes with the match-winning try. And a try in the second half. Eamon Callaghan brought them back within. They scored first after half-time, but after that was all pretty much Good Council, and their defence was actually strong on the try line as well.
Yeah, it was, and it's a great effort from both teams. You get to the last day of Confro and get to see a really good finals match played on field 1, and all these young men coming down from North Queensland. It's a big week for them, and they're doing it all for their colleges, as you said. And Good Council, just too good in the end for St Mary's.
Well, yeah, and well done to both sides. Obviously coming into this final undefeated. We'll take a break here. Billy Crutcher and myself, John Devine, brought to you by Australian Catholic University's Confro 46 here in 2026. I was born in 1926. Back with another game shortly. See you soon.
Coming like a knife, that's on sight, ever touch my sleeve. Never gonna stop, let's see the big man's up.
Kick-off is, as always, bang on time. We've got a Southern Cross left of screen, taking on St John's from Roma on your right, defending the southern end here of McMahon Oval at the host college for 2026 Confraternity Marist College Ashgrove. And for the first time today, we welcome Michael Crutcher. Crutch, we've seen two outstanding games. One of them actually was a bell ringer, decided after the hooter with a conversion a la Marist v St Pat's on day one. So it just keeps coming at every level.
Yeah, there's plenty of noise around the ground too, John, when that match was decided. So we move to the Cup final now. So this is a Confraternity Cup final we have between Southern Cross and St John's here. So a trophy on the line. This is a great thing about the final day of Confra. We play for 7 different trophies as the day goes on. So teams have a chance here to go home with something.
Oh, flick pass back inside, and the referee's going to say it's a penalty. Probably should have played the advantage there, perhaps, but at hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, so this is the Cup final, and again, the beauty of Confra brings together schools that would never play each other outside of this carnival. So here we go, Southern Cross from Townsville against St John's from Roma.
Nicholas Taylor is our referee for this one. And his touch judges are Cody Alley and Kaino Broughton. Underball here, trying to get through there as Bulger. Scored a try yesterday. Again, they lose the footy there. 5 out from the try line, so they'll come away with it now. Will St John's Roma. So just feeling yourself, each other out, prize fighters, just trying to get a feel of the opposition. Only one completed set so far. Referee Taylor wants that played on the mark. Yeah, you got to move back when he said move back, and he just decided to play where he was standing. Just obviously saving energy. I would have done the same thing until he got found out.
So this is our Division 3 Cup semi-final. So this is for the top spot in Division 3. 16 teams in each of the top 3 divisions and 8 teams in Division 4. So this is to be the champion of Division 3 and also to give yourself a chance to go up to Div 2 next year if you want to do that. That's all sorted out in between carnivals, but they got here yesterday with semi-final win. St John's defeating Chanel College Gladstone 18-14, and Southern Cross, you did that game, John, 10-6 over St Michael's at Merrimack.
It was an outstanding game. I think it's been a bad game on field 1. I'm sure it's probably the same outside on the other 6 fields. They're all live streamed thanks to the Australian Catholic University.
And you can feel the difference on those fields just running across, and they're drier. I probably don't want to get tackled in the cricket pitch area here, John. But even yesterday we saw the difference in dry weather footy. And some teams that just didn't probably adjust as well as they would have liked Monday, Tuesday when it was raining and greasy. Just a whole different aspect here now with dry weather footy.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about, Michael Crutch. I don't think I've ever seen you being tackled. You used to wear the same strip all year without it going into the whirlpool.
Well, didn't even bother washing it.
No, they didn't have to. It's brand new. He still had the fold marks from the packet. But yeah, you don't want to be tackled in the middle of this pitch here. But it's not too bad. But they got the mower out this morning and got rid of the dew, which was handy. And then obviously with the bright sunshine here, South East Queensland, quite a warm day actually. It's warmed up. It's the hottest day of the 4.
It is a warm day, and they've done a great job here at Marist College Ashgrove. These fields get hammered for 4 days. They do, so to have them in the condition they are, it's a great tribute to the work that's been done at this college. They've been fabulous hosts this week.
Well, the thing was, we had a lot of, I don't know, probably the wettest winter I can remember, and they've still been able to produce games that have been able to handle 11 games on day 1, back-to-back. Groundsmen haven't been able to get out here, and it's just a testament to what they did leading up to this competition. They knew about it last year, of course, but they didn't realise that the weather was going to be as abnormal as it was. So halfway line has been crossed here by Southern Cross. And that's right next to the pitch. He's going to get up with a bit of black soil between the teeth. So it's a bit of a dummy, but the underball didn't go, so he's going to take that shot. Once again, it's middle third, just trying to get to a kick, and they'll do that. 15 metres inside St John's part of the ground.
Yeah,
and
just was a little bit off that play, the ball. The referee spotted that. So St John's Roma, they're off home today after the presentation. So presentations after the Shield final. The presentation started about 1:30. We have all of these teams here. We'll have 56 boys teams here, and then they scatter to their different parts of the state. St John's Roma, they'll be on a bus heading back to Roma after that this afternoon.
Out in the Warrego.
And hopefully heading back with a trophy that they have won previously. They won it in 2013 with Alex Coonan, who's now the coach of this team in his first year. But he was involved with that 2013 Div 3 win.
Look at this, just a couple of heavyweights just jabbing up the middle of the park. See who breaks first. For the first time, it's a scoring opportunity for St John's. As they work it to the far side. It's the last tackle now, says referee Taylor. Well done to referee Taylor, getting himself a final allocation. Flies high, contested, takes it. Still the last. Pops the ball back here, and the defence is there. Still gets the ball away. Still the last. Steps off the left, then the right, and the winger will go close, but he's going to be pulled down in McCoy. But wow, what a grab mid-air.
Yeah, wonderful grab. And you see what happens when you can contest some of those kicks, and good support as well. I don't know how that ball got free for the pass.
Yeah.
It was a fabulous pass, and the movement kept going. So good signs from both teams early. Again, 25 minutes halves today, as they were yesterday. So we've got a 50-minute game, different to the 40-minute on Monday and Tuesday. St John's defence is very strong there on Southern Cross.
Southern Cross just trying to get past out of their 10. So this will augur well for field position when Southern Cross return with a kick that St John's will probably receive it inside the opposition's half, which will happen depending on how big the kick is. Not a lot of pressure on the kicker, so he's allowed to get some juice behind that. Cornelius, no, it doesn't go to Cornelius. He gets his winger to do it, but they will start this set inside Southern Cross's end of the ground.
Yeah, Cornelius was a winner of best player for St John's last year. He's back at number 1, but there's multiple players here on their third Confro. They're the guys who can get a run in year 10 and go right through to year 12. So at least 4 of these players from St John's Roma in their third Confro. So they've had some memories there. They've been to Townsville, to Rocky, and they finish in Brisbane.
Coles with a good carry there in the middle of the park. Now for the back row up. Alford. It's a 20. The referee says it's the last. They go for a cross-field kick here. Is this one challenged? He's a high man. Loses it. That will be a changeover. But that man, Nate Freeman, he's got some height about in crutch. And they're the go-to man. He's going to get a few more opportunities to contest the high ball.
Yeah, he's almost soaring over there like he's playing Aussie rules. The hands up, and that's a good target for St John's Roma. This spine, John, for St John's Roma, it's a spine from the Mitchell Magpies. So they're bringing that combination in here, and the likes of Jack Bowen on his third. Oh, we've got a bird.
Oh, he's a breakthrough in the middle here. It's up to Cornelius to stop. Pulled down. Finishing off there was Cox, and a penalty. Well, the Mitchell Magpies, I actually played out there a couple of times. They've got a magnificent clubhouses on the sidelines. 2-story old building. They moved there. Great spot to watch footy. Terrible place to visit to play footy. They used to belt us when I used to play for miles. My God, the Devils used to come out of there. The only good thing about it was there was the takeaway store in Roma we could go to, which these days, or those days, was very rare. But penalty above the horizontal. Referee Taylor. We've seen a couple of players. One got sent off. We've had 2 players sent to the sin bin for tackles above the horizontal. The touch judge is going to come in and have a chat. This may result in a player in the bin for 5. Maybe not. Maybe the penalty's enough.
We've got 2 players from St John's who've also made their A-grade debuts in Roma. Jack Bowen for Mitchell, And Lockie Anderson, second year as captain, he's made his debut out there for the Wallumbilla Surat Red Bulls.
There you go.
So some of these young men getting an already taste of senior footy, but they're here with their mates this week.
I think that ground's a little bit further south of Wallumbilla. I used to have a field just behind near the Federal Hotel out there, which is not handy at all.
You wouldn't have gone there, of course.
Not before the game. I'm a professional, Crutch. 10 out from the try line.
I doubt it. This is like a therapy session for you this game.
It is. There's a dart from dummy half. Almost gets through there to Ethan Smith. Good ball and all tackle from the prop forward there in Anderson. Through the hands, it's 4-on-2, goes back into the field of play. The halfback will go over and Hayden Carey will start the scoring. They had numbers out wide there, and I think St John's were wary of that overlap, and that opened up a bit of a gap inside for Hayden Carey to step off his left and score.
Yeah, well, he made that bust originally with that step. It's a very good step, and that got Southern Cross out of their end and down with the help of a penalty. They were in a very attacking spot, but he'll be a player that St John's know about. Given all these games are live streamed, these teams have the ability to even though they come from different parts of the state, they watch each other's games, they sit there the night before they play and just go through to see what they need to look for. So that step would have been on their radar, I'm sure. It's got them twice so far, so nice movement and a very handy try to go ahead by 6 points.
Crowd getting very vocal. Not sure what for, but 4-0. Yet to see anybody put more than 16 points on the scoreboard here on field 1 on day 4.
I think one of the things we've got is probably more vocal support than we've had maybe in the last couple of years, John, in the stands for some of these games. I mean, they're not Brisbane teams, but there certainly is anecdotal evidence here that as that kick goes over for 6-0, there's stories that a lot of parents have come down and will continue on holidays with their sons after this. So I spoke to one school. They've got one going back on the bus this afternoon because the rest are staying around for a holiday. So
there you go.
Feel for the young fella. He's going to be on his own on the school bus.
Well, I think the bus driver actually had the yarn. If you've got a licence, sir, I might stick around. You take this thing back.
We'll stop where you want to stop.
But we are in the grandstand here at the John Eels, which makes it a little bit louder and a little bit more vocal, but none less than any other field we've called finals at. Bundaberg. Last year, obviously, in Rockhampton, Mackay, they had a big stand there as well, so very vocal, but the noise is always apparent on the final day, and we know that the last game, the Shield final, is the only game where there's no other games being played outside. Everybody will come here to watch the final at 12:30 here local time.
Yeah, that will be a very big crowd for that game, as it always is.
Well, it's north versus south, isn't it?
Yeah, that one is. It's, the Poon School against the South Brisbane School. So that'll be we've got teams from all over today, which is part of this great finale to Confro. Just the trophies go with their winners for 12 months, and we'll get them back in Gold Coast next year.
Half a break. Goes Phillip up. 6-0. Try in the 11th minute of Carey. Converted. Southern Cross working across the 40 now. Dart from dummy half there from Ethan Smith. And Smith almost gets 10 metres off the account.
Ethan Smith, whose dad's coaching Ryan Catholic College this week.
Oh, there you go. Spreading more love. Kick contested. Nicely done here. They almost drive him back. It's a good chase there from Dooley. Actually, I beg your pardon, it wasn't. It was a try score actually in Carey, the number 7. Came through and put that shot on. So St John's Roman, we've been looking at the right-hand side of McMahon Oval for the majority of this game here, Crutch, and they can't seem to get to the other end. If they get to a kick here is with Forrest, with the defensive sets, the Southern Cross is just turning up time and time again. Here's an opportunity. They might be able to get some field position here with a relieving penalty. They'll take a few metres and they'll go 8 metres out from the halfway line with their first tackle restart. Pretty good run there with a conviction there from Anderson. I beg your pardon, that's Anderson there now. Might have been actually locked forward earlier, but right in the middle of the lunar surface. Goes without it. Had a bit of a bow peep there, did the big man in Freeman. So once again, field position has been lacking here for St. John's. Smith gets almost to halfway. Sorry, Smith will play the ball on halfway. Goes behind the ruck again. We've seen it a number of times here at Confraternity. The markers are there, but the nimble player from dummy half will be able to get behind and go through that gap here. So we're going to see a penalty, changeover, is it, for a
it's a knock on
carry?
Getting up there. So this is the thing we talk about in the last day of Confro, John. It's the not just a physical fatigue, it's a mental fatigue. So these players are playing their 6th game since Monday, so they've got to dig deep. The bodies are sore. For some of them are bruising semi-finals yesterday, and they're going around again today. So, we always look for the colour here as we come back to reset this scrum, but we look for the colour. But the Roberts brothers here, Matt and Travis Roberts. Now, my man from Southern Cross has given me some info on this team. He says that the Roberts brothers are nephews of Parramatta Premiership coach John Money. So, back in the 80s, as we know, Parramatta hasn't won one for some time. But I'm told now that the St. John's Roma people said to me that their assistant coach, Matt Creeley, may be the greatest Parramatta fan of all.
That's a big call.
I'm thinking he probably hasn't shown them any Parramatta videos to inspire them. No. That's the case for today. But there's connections all through these teams in this rugby league world. So that's some of my mail from Southern Cross.
He may be the biggest because he's probably the only one left. So that could be troubling times for Parramatta. You see,
what's the 40th anniversary of the last premiership?
There you go. So some people's grandparents weren't even born back then. 25 out from the try line. Last tackle, says referee Taylor. Here's an opportunity. Finally, we get St. John's Rome with a chance. Grubber kicking in the goal. That's a good play here. If they can hold that player from getting into the field of play, they don't, or do they? They have done so, so a line drop out. That's a good set there. Finally, St. John's come to the party and deliver.
Yeah, they do get the set, and we're used to seeing in NRL, dropouts being maybe 50-50, but when we look at it at this grade here, it's again, we don't play those NRL rules here, so things can be a little bit different. So your dropouts are your dropouts. They're not going to have people soaring Aussie rule style to take catches or bat them back.
It's another reason I love Confro. Crutch, I spoke to Luke Oxford about that line dropout option and making a short 50-50. And I referred to the grand final of Broncos with Jesse Arthur's little short line dropout, went backwards in the in goal area, and Penrith scored. So I think field position is better. I'd rather be tackling in a straight line 30 out rather than 10 again. Let's see what they can come here. St. John's, good carry. Looking for a quick play the ball. Goes back inside, trying to find a gap through there, waiting for the defence to be checkered. There's Donaldson. Referee Taylor says it's the last. Defence comes up quickly. And they've shut that one down here, and they'll get to play the ball 10 metres out from their own line.
Yes, Southern Cross will be happy with their defence there, defending that set from the dropout, and we've seen it all week, John. The being able to really defend and limit your mistakes has been crucial this week. The mistakes were difficult to avoid Monday and Tuesday with the greasiness. It was affecting everyone from Division 4 to Division 1.
Yep.
But it's certainly turned into nicer conditions now.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the mower is out this morning, so I got rid of any dew that was there, which was pretty heavy, and that's going to be a hand in the ruck there, so there'll be a relieving penalty here for Southern Cross. So again, St. John's, their own worst enemy, discipline letting themselves down, and that'll be a good relieving touch finder for Southern Cross.
Now, on those dropouts, I know that they are in vogue, but if you break down those stats, and I'll talk about my club, the North Devils, here. In 2021, the Devils won the premiership and did those short restarts most of the seasons with 70% regather rate.
Really?
70%.
So it was absolutely nullified what I thought would. Yeah, but I mean, who was on the receiving end? Was it the tall, timid Jack Ahern, or was it? Is it half a break?
Well, there was 30% of heartbreak and teeth gnashing there, but there was 70% of regathers.
Well, there you go. I'll give that, but you're only as good as a kicker, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. And it's an art form, obviously. It's something that NRL teams practice and practice.
Well, as you said, as Luke said, I mean, obviously with that short line drop out, if you're running off the 10, there's no marker defence, so you set your line so it's 13 on 13. I get that, but I just think field position is better than rolling the dice with a 50-50. But at 70%, that's a pretty good strike rate. So, the referee's going to call the touch judge in for something, asking whether he saw something.
Now, we don't have time off in these matches. We do in the Shield final coming up as the last game today. There's 25 minutes time off. We do have extra time in these finals, though. So we try to stick to the siren that sounds around the 6 grounds in play today. And that goes uniformly for all of those fields. However, we do have extra time if it's required at the end of a match as the referee has a chat here.
Called out number 10 in Anderson. He may be the skipper, actually, Anderson. And we'll ask the... I mentioned this to Billy Crusher before, where the referee says to the two captains, go back and tell your players what I just told them. And that message never gets delivered. Ever.
What didn't happen in your day?
I didn't even know who the captain was. I never listened to him if I did.
He didn't want to know you either.
He didn't want to know me exactly right. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, Doug. I'll give you an example. I was captain once, and I had an annoying Ben Dobbin playing with me, if you remember, Dobbo.
Yeah.
He was at the referee, and I got called out so many times.
I'm shocked to hear Dobbo did that.
Put your boy in a cage, he kept telling me. Put him in a cage. Put him, muzzle him. 10 out from the try line. Southern Cross. It's not ideal. It's 2-on-1, but they come out line. That's a good play there. The far side, I think Dan McCoy's come in off his wing there to shut the play down. He left his man unmarked, and he's gone and stepped into touch here. This is what happened the other night between Marist and St. Pat's, where the player at dummy half put his foot out to pick up the ball.
He's just going to ask here whether there was any opposition impact on that player going out. We've got touch judges here accredited for these finals matches today, so that's the question. Did the defenders give him a bump, or did they not? And the other night the referee said that was just a careless play of the ball. So we're going to play on here.
All right. Referee says hang on. Not really sure on the ruling on that one. The flag went up. The referee may have overruled. Not too sure. He might have asked him why he put his flag up, and the referee said no. He's obviously... Touch judges and referees are learning. Applying their trade. A chance to go through Burrows. The referee points to the spot. They've got themselves another try here.
The referee was quick on that. He saw that ball go down. Great charge from close to the line. It was a determined run from Southern Cross and Handy. They've scored both of their tries under the sticks for good point of 6-point plays.
Number 9, Tyson Elhofer. Gets one right on half-time. You heard the hooter. A conversion attempt will happen right in front. They'll take it out, you would think, to 12-0. Not what they needed at all. St. John Tramer, they had one opportunity at the other end. Other than that, they've been void of any options inside the 10 of Southern Cross.
Oh, that's the hooter now. What you heard before was someone playing a trumpet.
Oh, the Vuvuzela's come to Marist College. How about that? Go the Vuvuzela. I can remember watching cricket against the West Indies, and all you could hear was that goddamn Vuvuzela.
You've heard it.
I don't know which is worse, it or the kazoo. This will be right in front. Well, I think that needs to be probably put back in its case, that thing, 'cause it's going to throw me out all day. Conversion successful. 12-0. We'll take a break here from field number 1 here, Confraternity 2026, brought to you by Australian Catholic Universities. It's 12-0 and all to do for St John's when we come back.
On behalf of the entire Confraternity Carnival community, we would like to sincerely thank our valued event partners, Dow Production, Overly Coolidge, ATS Thinking Group, Big Food, Complete South Island, Mel's Fluorides and Coca-Cola for your incredible support. Your contribution behind the scenes helps bring this space alive, ensuring our players, schools, families and supporters have an outstanding experience.
Rugby league in Queensland has always been built on community. That's why Fogs continues to deliver events right across the state, raising funds for our local junior rugby league clubs through our regional tours. While our annual charity lunch and golf day help support Queensland charities and families doing it tough. Every ticket purchased to one of our events helps create a lasting impact where it's needed most. Join us in 2026 and help make a difference. Visit fogs.com.au to find out more. Hope to see you there.
With more than 140 schools covering the city, country and coasts, we are excited to welcome every student and every family into our communities. Our schools place Christian Catholic faith and pastoral care at the heart of every day and introduce friendships and values that last a lifetime. Find a Brisbane Catholic education school near you where your family can belong, achieve and grow. Brisbane Catholic Education, and education to believe in.
We are men of action. We don't sit back and wait. We've been taught to step up, to forge ahead, back ourselves and our mates, explore our interests, and lean into challenge. It's about showing up, standing up, and lifting up those around us. We are St Patrick's College Shorncliffe.
So the final 25 minutes for both these sides of Confraternity 2026. Scoreline's 12-0. Don't let that make you think this game is over, because time and time again throughout Confraternity, since it first started 46 years ago, half-time can breed any sort of result. Sides just don't give up at Confraternity, especially on the last day, because this is their last game. Some of them in Year 12, their last game of Confraternity ever. Unless they repeat grade 12 like I did for 5 years.
And still flunked.
Still, yeah, totally. It cost me a fortune, still flunked. Couldn't bribe one. Couldn't bribe a C.
This is right. Well, we've mentioned the 4 Roma players in their third Confra. I mean, it means a lot to them. And they know they know what it's like, and they know this is the last half out there with their mates.
Correct. Last tackle. Right foot crossfield bomb. Not contested by the opposition. Still the last. That was that high man in Freeman. Turns it back inside. That might be 6 more to go. They can dive on it, and it is 6 more to go.
Freeman grabbed it and then turned his arm as he runs again here.
That's a good
It was
run.
like he was bowling with the new ball the way he tossed that pass out. It was very well done.
It was well done. It was a good carry from the centre. Anderson. Geez, a try here just minutes after Oranges. Big difference. Breeds momentum and confidence. Catch and pass. The sidelines coming into play here. He loses the footy, or did he get it in the in-goal area with a kick? I'm going to get checked with the touch judge. It was a knock on. I thought
referee's saying knock on there.
Might have been a chance of a little dinking kick into the in-goal area with a restart, but no, they'll have changeover, 10 out from the line. But enterprising stuff there, and that man, Nate Freeman, and Michael Crutch talked about percentages of kicking to a player in a line dropout. They'll go to him a few more times, and if you look at that scrum, the number 8 is probably just as tall as well.
Yeah, these are these games where you look for your line breakers here, those who can turn those little bits into something. We saw that with the Southern Cross halfback in the first half. 2 plays, individual plays that helped them out immensely for the first try. So they'll become very important in this last 25 minutes.
Okay, I've got a big player running wide of the ruck, trying to find gap on the edges. Good carry there from Stanley Joseph Russell. Loses the footy. He's offside. Well, he's not going to penalise Dooley for being offside, although he did get a hand on it. I thought that might have been such a thing as accidental offside anymore, but maybe the referee didn't get a hand to it. So that'll be a scrum feed to St John's on the 40.
Almost feels like we're back in North Queensland, John, for Confrater Day. It is a warm winter's day here in Brisbane. You can feel it when you're out there. We might have expected this in Townsville 2 years ago. We didn't expect it in Brisbane today, but it's warm for footy.
Yeah, no breeze to speak of either. Cornelius with that first carry. Now they're going Lachlan Anderson wide of the ruck here with the big foot plays. They're getting away from the middle third, trying to find gaps on the edges. Steps off the right. Now we saw that play, I'm trying to remember, it might have been St Pat's, where they just kept going to the left-hand side because they had such a lethal right winger and centre combination, Bailey Smith and company, that's who it was, and Land Brown, that then they would fly across the right-hand side and use their paceman. That's going to be kicking the in-goal area. Turns the winger around, he has to pick it up and he goes to ground nicely, and he's going to be dragged into touch with the referee award a penalty for an extra effort there. He was already tackled, but they went on with it.
Well, it's like the double movement, isn't it, John? It's so tempting. You think, the sideline's there. I might just get him over the sideline.
Nobody's watching.
It's tempting at NRL level, let alone for teenage boys, as that doesn't go out.
Why would you be a coach, Crutch? Why would you be a coach? An easy pickings, nicely taken in the end there by the number 16 in Stanford. Stanford had to actually catch it and then realise where his right foot was, because if he's out, that's going to be another set of 6 deep.
Did very well there and ran it back. Well, big chance here for St John's. You think that getting back into the game really hinges on something happening for them soon.
Prop forward. Doesn't give up the big number 10. The referee's right there. It's a pill on the ground. Referee says he is held up there, and Anderson.
I think he's going to consult his touchy here to see what the touchy thinks.
Ooh.
There was just bodies galore there. held up.
Held up. But good stuff here from St John's finally. They're really testing the defence of Southern Cross on their own line.
I think some of their middles are starting to have an impact here too. So interesting to see what they do. They've got the big body of Freeman in the centres, but their middles are starting to make some ground for them as well. So some options for St John's.
Here's another big body. He's a tall man, the big number 8. Last tackle now here for St John's. Slow play the ball. They fire it out to the left-hand side. They've lost some metres. It's still the last tackle. Going back the other way is a lock forward. No way through there. It's still the last tackle. They're going backwards towards their own try line, not towards the other try line. They put it in the air eventually. The chase is coming through. It's going to be knocked backwards and in the field of play. And that's a good tackle, but he's still in the field of play here. But what an ugly end of that set of 6 there for St John's.
Bit of enterprising play at the end too. And I think that's a penalty there, just saying it was a second effort in that tackle, which is very easy to understand. Again, you're so close to that try line. They did well with that kick in the end because they were really on the back foot, but did really well, got the kick in. And this time Southern Cross makes sure of the touch.
Yeah, they didn't get too many metres out of that one, but still, ball in hand, 15 out. On the attack, not defending. So St John's need a good defensive set here to eliminate too much field position for Southern Cross to get a kick away. Southern Cross is starting to just go the middle, whereas St John's are going wider with their big men. And again, they go back and straighten the play again into the middle of the park using the big men. Well, he's about a metre off being completely winded, that player. He's just pulled down just to the right of the pitch. Again, they don't get to a really good kick here. Pressure coming through from St John's on the kicker, and that gives them field placement of the halfway line right there. Tackle 2. Smaller man there. Forrest. Bowen a dummy half. Here he comes again. Big, tall, ranging ball runner, Charlie Jenkins.
Yeah, Charlie Jenkins at his 3rd Confraternity Carnival. He is putting in right until the end too.
Throws a dummy, almost gets through there. There's no support player, still no support player there. He's made some metres there. Has the number 9 in Darius Ireland. Last tackle for St John's. Kick into the corner, turns him around. Still alive. The chasers come through and pull him down. That's a good set there finally from St John's. They're building pressure and a line drop out here to Southern Cross.
Yeah, the pressure is important at the moment, just to have some momentum there, and that ball sat up beautifully. It could have just rolled and gone over the dead ball line, but it just sat up nicely, and the chasers were good enough. And that's what you see now. This is the end of the carnival for both teams. Who's got the energy to push up, to chase, the little things that could decide this game?
To come off his knees? No, referee says. He remonstrates as Jenkins, saying, I didn't touch it, but it's not really what you think, unfortunately, Mr. Jenkins. It's what the referee and the touch judges see.
And it was a good dropout too. That's got to the halfway there. We mentioned they got the bounce, St John's Roma, when that kick went through before it. They didn't get the bounce there. That was a nasty one just coming up to Jenkins there. Not easy to handle.
Actually, I don't think he got anything to it.
And it's almost like the ball targeted him. The big middle probably after a breather after some of that, as you got an old push here. Did you have many of them when you played out that way, John?
We did actually have a lot of pushing in the scrum there, and it was great. And then we had differential penalties, we had mouse traps, we had all the things you don't see in rugby league anymore, the good old days.
I feel like a John Devine history lesson for some of these players.
Rugby league on the rugby league in the afternoon, rugby union for the Columbine Cods in the morning. So I often got 2 games of footy in one day, which is
you would double your mistake rate then.
Oh, it's astronomical. We're talking triple figures. Halfway line is, the 30-metre line cross now. Southern Cross, geez, they want to be careful here. St John's, they can't leak points We've still got 15 minutes to go. That's been rolled out the back. They're losing a couple of metres, not many. 22 out. Really wanting it. A couple of players flat-footed getting that ball. Tackle over the top there is that man Jenkins. Last tackle. Cross-field kick. Is this one going to be contested? He just has to catch in the in-goal area, and he does. So 7-tackle reset. Not a good end to the set, but...
Oh, the referee just not back there in time.
Referee Taylor trying to run backwards quickly. Just didn't quite get there. So St. John survived that onslaught there from Southern Cross. Every team needs an angry redhead. They're unpredictable, they're crazy, and they're outrageous, the redheads. Alford, Napier Alford.
That was good pace from St. John's before to get back to that restart. Almost too quick. Referee said, hang on, give me a second. That's the challenge. Once you put those kicks in, you've got to be 10 metres further back as a defender to get onside. It's not an easy thing to do. It's a great run to start with here.
Rocky Anderson there.
The skipper leading the way, and they follow up again here. There's lining up. They're well lined out to the left as well, St. John's.
Marshall Coles for the carry then. They do have numbers to the left. Catch, pass, try is looming. The big fella finally gets over and scores! Nate Freeman letting the pigeons loose.
Well, you just thought that was going to come. Freeman's been a handful for the Southern Cross defence, and you thought he could just do something for them. I mentioned that back line was lined out really well and deep. They had a set play there. The decoy runner was in it early. They got through the hands quickly. Freeman takes it, and that defence just had to spread too quickly, and he was able to score the try and really give St. John's that's what they needed. They've been getting down there. They just hadn't been able to cross. Luck hadn't gone their way. This kick's now really important. If they can get within 6, it really opens the game up.
Well, let's go back to that start of that set there. Lachlan Anderson, big carry from him, and that was followed up again by his big teammate and Marshall Coles as well. So that set it up through the outside men. We could see from up here they had the numbers out wide. There was just a matter of trying to get it across, and it was good, sharp catch and pass. There wasn't any floating passes or cut-out ones, and that was able to get Nate Freeman into the corner there. Xavier Zander came across and tried to, all he could do to stop that. Xander Shaw, I should say, and wasn't to be. He wanted more. Freeman strikes this one. It's not too bad as it got the legs. Waved away. Score remains 12-4. They needed that conversion, but we've said it before, it's like a maiden racehorse. They win that first race, it's always the hardest one. That first try is always the hardest. But once you've got one, you know how to do it, and it breeds confidence.
Yeah, it does. I think roughly around about 11 or 12 minutes left in this match, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah.
The Southern Cross in no hurry to get back and restart here. Really taking their time to get back. One thing I would say, though, you want to keep playing footy if you're Southern Cross. You don't want to get to a position where you're ambling back and thinking we're trying to protect a lead. It's a mindset that you don't want to have in close games. You want to get in there and keep playing footy. There's too long in this match to go to be trying to squeeze the clock yet. Late, yeah, for sure. This stage of the game, keep playing footy. Back yourself to hit back.
Yeah, well, imagine yourself 2 behind and you've only got a minute to play instead of 3. It's exactly what can happen. But mind you, though, probably a little bit gas, as you said, Michael Crutchin. It's certainly the warmest day of Confraternity 26. Probably one of the warmest days of Confrat, to be honest, this time of the year. That's a barnstorming run.
I'm going to back the Townsville boys to be pretty comfortable in this weather.
Should be. A couple of them actually taking off the sleeveless sweater. Throws a dummy inside, and he's been strong. Also as the number 8, Jenkins and Anderson, outstanding. This man Coles as well. big bodies, really starting to push Southern Cross. They're slow to get back on side. This is good stuff. Wasn't supposed to go into the hands there of McHenry, but he'll take it. Gets to his feet nice and quickly. Last tackle. Do they go aerial towards Freeman? They do go that way. Where is Freeman?
He kicked it. Freeman kicked it this time.
Allowed to bounce. They regather. Still the last. Gets the offload, does he? Yes, he does. And it's going to be a try. They went aerial and they've scored again. I think it might be actually Charlie Jenkins, the 8. I could be wrong.
The 9 who's put the ball down for St. John's. And, yeah, we're looking for Freeman. Really kicked it.
Yeah.
That was a surprise for Southern Cross's defence. He kicked it. It was a good kick too. Almost needed him chasing it. Great offload here. The offload's fantastic. And the 9 is there for St. John's, Roma, Darius Island, to score the try. John, I mentioned I just didn't like the way that Southern Cross was so slow to get back for the restart before. Just there's something I don't like about that with a long time to go in the game. They managed to get back down the other end, St. John's, and score now. So this is momentum for them. I think that Southern Cross just play footy, get down there. You've got to a 12-0 lead. That lead is now 12 points to 10 with the conversion from Freeman. So there's plenty of footy in this game. We've still got roughly about 9 minutes left in it. So get in there and play the game. You've got a 2-point lead, but that may not be enough.
That's exactly right. Now, if they were to score again, now this is hypothetical, because they were to score again, they're behind by 2. They might be looking for that extra minute or 2 at the back end to try and take the win back. But
I think it's just that mindset, and teams even say it when they go for maybe a field goal in a tight game when there's still 7 or 8 minutes to go. And some teams don't like doing that because of the mindset, but again, they're very slow back here, Southern Cross. There's no urgency at all.
I think referee Taylor had a word on, let's get on with it. And I think the trainer out there is saying, what are you doing?
Yeah, let's play footy, guys.
Kick that ball. It's just Hayden Carey will put that on the tee, gets things underway. So strap yourselves in. We've got 8 minutes of rugby league left. He ran hard, did Charlie Jenkins, and he got hit hard. Crowd starting to get into this one. That's the 20. Again, using the big bodies, going too high on that player. The ball carry gets across the 30.
Yeah, I think there's no secret here to some of this yardage attempts from St. John's. It's hit the big bodies up there and get yourself into a position.
And they're hitting the advantage line with pace too. There's another ball carrier there, and Napier Alford, he gets the offload, and good ball and all tackle, and he loses it. And just a loose carry there from Ethan Donaldson. That relieves pressure for Southern Cross. It does get a scrum feed on the halfway.
I think St. John's did get over the halfway there too on that returning set. So they're making some ground at the moment. Now they've got to defend because they've had the ball here for a few minutes in a row. Now they're back into defensive mode now and see if they can't force a turnover, and they need to be at the other end.
Fullback and Dooley. Smaller men, I think Southern Cross's forwards are a little bit gassed because they've had to tackle some quick play the balls and big forwards from St. John's. And that's what you said, they're from Roma. They breed them big. They don't cook their meat out of Roma. They're just absolutely mountain men. It's a little bit high-ish, but the referee says play on around the shoulders. Tackle there is Jenkins. That's the 30. Trying to weave their way through there through the halfback, and Carey, the try scorer, gets pulled down on the 30. 2 tackles to go here for Southern Cross.
You sense he's a danger man, Carey, for the defence at St. John's as they come to the last.
I want to give a penalty away on the last. He rolls away from the tackle there. There's Cox.
He's got to jump back on the mark, and they get going again.
Kick into the in-goal area. That's been tidied up at the back there. I thought the little hand was going to come in there, but
I thought Cornelius was just going to run through and pick it up and go off to the races, but that bounce didn't favour him. But well cleaned up in the end. They've got to get these yardage players ready and get themselves out of here. Great defence there from the Southern Cross team.
Into the final 5 minutes. 12-10's the scoreline. Half-time was 12-0.
It's a good set from the Southern Cross defence.
Yeah. They're called on to find something more as Jack Bowen.
And so doesn't Jack Bowen just run straight and hard? Bowen, he's on his third confro and he's been playing A grade for Mitchell.
That's the last, last play.
I can see
a
why
monster
too.
Of a kick.
I can see a good chase too.
Dooley gets around, but not around Donaldson, so that's the 40-metre line. So in the end, thanks to a very good clearing kick, they're able to get themselves up to halfway here. St John's Roma. Remember, no time for stoppages here.
Yeah, the clock keeps ticking here, so referee just checking on this player. There's no time off. The referee satisfied we can resume here with only minutes to go.
Yeah, both squads got 8 players on the bench that they can draw on, so if the players can get to the sideline, they'll take him off, so we can keep on keeping on. 12-10 Southern Cross.
Well, they had 8 on Monday, John. It depends how the week's gone for them. As we know, there's some battered and bruised young men and young women yesterday.
Yeah, but they'll worry about that tomorrow. They just want to get out there and play some footy, I'd reckon, especially if it's your last confro. Facing the wrong way. Good defence there from St John's. He goes back the other way, trying to get there through his... Al for the try score. Al Hoffa will go over. Swan dives in the in-goal area and takes it out to 16-10.
Well, that's come from nothing, John. Absolutely nothing. Just a step and a shove and away he went. That was a play that really didn't look like amounting to anything. Just step in the middle and run away. It's defenders bumping into each other and then just set a 45-degree angle for the corner. And if you picked at the start of that play where it would finish, you wouldn't have picked the left corner.
No. Not a million.
But it has, and that is a decisive play for Southern Cross. They go to a 6-point lead here with only a few minutes to go.
Now, rules obviously Southern Cross scoring first in the 11th minute. If it was all locked up, we'll take the...
we go to extra time first.
Oh, do we? Oh, okay.
Extra time, and then we would go to first try scorer.
Extra 5-5?
It's a golden point extra time. Yep.
Or 5 minutes each way?
Yeah, 5 minutes each way, but it is golden point. Now, if there's no points at the end of those 10 minutes, it goes to the first try scorer.
That might be the case here. And obviously the goal kicker and Chase Curo.
I think this for St John's, it'll be one of those restarts you have to get back yourself. It's not one of those ones that you want to risk, as that kick goes out to the left. Full credit too to the kicker. He actually had a chance there to maybe spend another 10 or 20 seconds getting over the kick, but he did it fast. So full credit to him for doing that, and it gives this game a chance, with a minute and a bit to go, to see if we can get one of those grandstand finishes. What's going to happen here?
Here we go. Short kickoff. Well, he jumped in the air for no reason there. Henry Jenkins, whether he's related to the Charlie, probably.
And it is a St John's ball.
There you go. Did go out. So it wasn't...
So on the 30. Here. That was a very good kick restart. That it's a run straight through.
Well, what do you expect? Lachlan Anderson is leading from the front, the big number 10. Here comes Jenkins. Jenkins with a carry, 8 out. Converted try to go to extra time is what they need. Steps off on the inside goes Donaldson.
Those big men lining up on the left here.
Kick into the in-goal area has come off a Southern Cross player. It's going to be grabbed by a Southern Cross player. 6 more to go. I beg your pardon, it's in the hands of St John's with 6 more tackles. 6 more tackles, plenty of time, you would think. Bowen. There's a hooter. Last play. Try and get across the try line, and that's not the hooter from the ground. That's the trumpet. The Vuvuzela throwing us all off. Jenkins with a carry. 8 short. Driven back onto the 10-metre line. They go to the right-hand side. It's in the dummy half-hand Long ball, out wide, defence comes, turns it back inside. Alford looking to promote the footy, pull down 5 out, last tackle here, last chance you would think here for St John's Roma, cross-field kick, Freeman, where is he? There he goes over his head, turns around the other way, goes Jenkins, the other Jenkins, still alive, still the last, puts a kick over the top here, they just have to knock it dead and it's all over you would think, and that will go dead in goal. Referees know he's going to go back to the mark. Not too sure what's doing there.
No, we'll have to check when this hooter is going to go. I think there's a bit of confusion. The touch judges are saying that is it.
So that hooter might have been the real one. I'd like to see that actually thing be removed from the ground. It throws everybody off. So that is 16-10. A try in the corner there by Alford. Got the win. They started off tries to Carey to start things off with, along with Ahova with a double. And then for St John's Roma, Freeman and Ireland with tries, Michael Crutcher.
Yeah, congratulations to Southern Cross. They're the Confraternity Cup champions. They're the kings of Division 3 here. Well done to St John's Roma too. That was an entertaining final in Patches. These guys that's their 6th game of the week. They kept digging deep. Both teams have got a lot to be proud of there. Really entertaining schoolboy footy. Southern Cross wins. Well done. And we've got 2 finals left today.
All right, we'll take a break here and we'll come with one of those coming up very, very shortly. We've got St Mary's up against St Pat's Mackay. Back soon. Now we're back on McMahon Oval, second last game of the Carnival. We've got St Pat's Mackay up against St Mary's. St Mary's in the traditional butcher stripe. They'll be defending the southern end. And St Pat's Mackay will get underway with myself, John Devine, and Billy Crutcher here, brought to you by Australian Catholic Universities. And we are underway in this contest, which no doubt will be just as tight as every game we've had on field number 1 here today, Billy. It's been outstanding.
Yeah, it's been
footy.
some great games of footy, hasn't it, John? And that's what you want for your Friday finals matches. And we've got another great game here. Used to play many finals, Shield finals against each other back in early days of Confro, and here they are battling out for the trophy. Former champions St. Pat's Mackay, who knocked out in heartbreak on Monday, and now playing out for a trophy. Is a kick.
Good take.
St. Mary's.
Yeah, defending champion St. Pat's. Not there this year. They'll be watching St. Lawrence's and Brothers St. Brendan's Yeppoon after this game. McFarlane. Musket. Now the players to watch out here. They're absolutely damaging on the left-hand side. There's a little knock-on for St. Pat's. Lachlan Brown is the fullback. Your Ramos and Bailey Smith on that left-hand side will be a handful. Kerrich and Wammel, I think from your stats, Billy, contracted Cowboys players, I believe.
Yeah, so we've got on St. Pat's Mackay, got 4 NRL contracted players. Grange Wammel, Lucas Hack and Eli Cookson, all contracted to the Cowboys. And then Lachlan Brown, the fullback, is Canberra. But plenty of history amongst this team as well.
Yeah,
some sons of old boys in there. And something else to note, St. Mary's Toowoomba were in the same pool as the 2 Shield finalists, and unfortunately lost them both. So you could say that they were unlucky to miss out on the Shield, participating for the Shield. Here they are.
Yeah, St. Mary's Toowoomba, iconic college, Doherty, and an iconic jersey, the old butcher stripes. The old leprechauns and brothers in Brisbane back in the day. Catch and pass here, going back into the field play. There is Newton, and Newton will be pulled down 10 out from the try line. Just across the face, looking for options. Goes back in, there's Doherty. Still keeping it alive. Now it's the last. To the line. Cut out ball, try line, and it's a forward pass. Well, that was ominous.
It's building nicely there for St. Mary's. Great start to their final game of Confro, and unfortunately he's pulled up with a forward pass there, but leaving St. Pat's with a task here to get out of their own half. And here's a knock on. So they'll get another chance at it.
Referee for this match is Thomas Burke. Coachella Williamson and Robbie Thornton are on the sidelines, and Riley Anderson will be their coach and mentor. So congratulations to Thomas Burke getting himself a final. And scrum will be set 10 out from the try line. And I always stand up, and even if I wasn't, I would still stand up when Mark Savage walks into a room. Referees, prisoners behind me at the moment, so I've got to be nice to the whistleblowers, but they've done a great job all carnival. Every time I've been to one, have not found any howls anywhere near being called by these referees. Done a great job, and they've always been using their touch judges to get any help they need. Catch and pass it into the corner. He's going to reach out, touch judges. Thornton raises the flag, and that will be a changeover.
Well, St. Pat's hold up again there, and St. Mary's 2 early attacking opportunities down near their own end.
Yeah, either
St.
side.
Pat's end of the ground.
Playing expansive footy here, and it's going to be St. Pat's, as I said, the defending champions. But it's hard to say that. I mean, I don't know how many of these players are front up last year. Yes, so they're defending champions, but you don't keep the same calibre. Grade 12, they move on.
It is a younger group this year, John. We've got only roughly about 6 players returning from last year's drought-breaking side. Of course, breaking that 23-year drought was when Troy Ravelli last coached them.
Yeah,
broken last year.
Troy Ravelli, the former CEO of the Mackay Cutters, now the CEO of the North Devils, and in his tenure has got his
There's actually some Ravelli
there is some
history in here as well with Grant Ravelli, player of the Carnival in 2000. So there's a kick here from inside their own half. His nephew, Angus Barnes, is lining up for St. Pat's Mackay today.
So the tricolours come up in one line, pulled down on the 40. They need a good defensive set here. They didn't have good field position here, St. Pat's, to get that kick away, so they need to put a good defensive shot in here. Return serve to St. Mary's. And they're staying away from the middle of that cricket pitch. Again, just one out stuff, trying to get behind those markers, driving with the legs, gets 5 metres inside St. Pat's territory. Switches the play back to the right-hand side. The defence is waiting for that one. One of those tackles there is Keen and Bone. Last tackle, says referee Burke. Put it high, midfield bomb. They're going to contest this one. They do. He's going to catch that one there. There's Newton. He gets the offload. Looking for options back inside. And they'll take the tackle 10 metres. He's thinking about throwing the ball back inside that ball carry, but he decided to hang on to it. In the end, they're Driscoll, and they'll get to play that 8 out from their own line, St. Pat's.
Well, it's been a 6-minute just real onslaught here from St. Mary's Toowoomba in the sense of field position. They've really dominated that so far, and they haven't really had any ball down their end, no. St. Pat's. So they've done well to survive a couple sets here. And as I say that, they get a penalty. So they're looking at their first real swing here of field position.
Well, as you say, you know, they've had no footy, and they're still, the score's 0-0. 2 opportunities on either side by St. Mary's to score, but they scramble well, St. Pat's. And as you said, there's a few players obviously with contracts, but also played last year, and they would have been well managed because the coaching staff have done this time and time again. They know what to do with their players. Held, says the referee. Referee Burke said held probably about 10 seconds ago, and they just went on with the St. St. Mary's players. I'm pretty sure I could hear held, and I'm sure those boys' hearing's a lot better than my cloth ears. So that's a relieving penalty for St. Pat's. Well, they go towards the middle of the park here. Driving with the legs, that's good post contact measure, gets to the halfway line. Good carry that from Mulherron. Now again, wide of the ruck. Looking for a quick play the ball. It's starting to get a bit of a roll on here, St. Pat's. Play comes out of the line there. It's going to be tidied up there by Lachlan Brown. And Brown trying to link with Bailey, but it ends up in the hands of Ramos. And Ramos scored a length of the field try here yesterday. Catch and pass, prop forward. This time it's with Lucas Huck. Billy Crutcher mentioned a contracted player. Short ball, hung on for a little while there. Mulherron gets the ball from Wammel. Blind side, trying to get through, will get through, goes over and score. We talk about Lachlan Brown all carnival. It's one of the standout fullbacks, and he comes up with first points.
Well, Lachlan Brown down this short side here for St. Pat's, and they've built some good sets up, earned the right to come down here and attack, and the Canberra contracted fullback slips straight through the line, puts a step on at the end there, and gets St. Pat's on the board first in this Bob Linder Trophy final. Yeah. And John, you thought that St. Mary's, with all that possession they had, would really come up with some points, but with their first opportunity, St. Pat's make them pay.
Yeah, 9 minutes to break the deadlock, but Lachlan Smith had just really made the defence look pretty ordinary. Just stepped off the left. He had a man outside him. He didn't need him.
He's returning as well from last year, Lachlan Brown. So down that left edge there with Calvin Ramos, who I remember scored a good try in the semi-final last year against, or the quarter-final against Ignatius Park. And they're returning for their second year and look like to be forming a good combination on that left edge.
conversion is waved away. Well, if you remember a couple of, might have been yesterday, I could be wrong, but St. Pat's, all they did was work. I think you were actually on the call with me. All they did was actually work to the right-hand side to open up that left-hand side because of what Bailey Smith, Lachlan Brown comes into and Ramos as well.
And Bailey Smith, who unfortunately missed last year's Confraternity Carnival to an injury, he gets an opportunity this year and showing how dangerous he can be in the centre position for St. Pat's.
So, allowed the bounce there, but no damage done. As you see St. Pat's again working out on that left edge. They'll start to work towards this right-hand side. Well, maybe not now because obviously in their own end of the park.
There's shift.
Although they've probably got the confidence enough to go left at any point, but they should still come to the middle up the right. That's heavy contact. Coming in, big shot from the man in the butcher stripes as well. Fletcher Colley. Big dog. Come and put a shot on and loosens the ball carrier's grip. And St. Mary's, well, 35 out with an opportunity to bounce back after losing after the leaking point a few moments ago. One by St. Mary's. And you go a little bit wide through Doherty. Now up the middle, that's a 40. Just trying to get to a good six-tackle option. Holds on that pass, gets the offload and goes without it. That's going to be double knock on the first one coming in the way of Xavier Newton. So that will be a scrum feed there to St. Pat's. Still got a quarter of footy to go.
Looks like St. Mary's have the feed.
Interesting.
Interesting call there.
Yeah.
Maybe touch there from Pat's first. Looks like it.
It's kind of a set play there. Sort of just got a little bit in each other way, the 4 and the 2 there in Doherty and Girdler. Now that's more orthodox, straight towards the uprights and getting absolutely creamed by 2 defenders. Throws the dummy, but they're awake to that one. Lurking outside him was Newton, the 3. Again, they go for a crash ball with the big red head there and Liam Sanson. Plays the motion, throws the dummy, but they're awake to that one as well. And he's going to be smashed now. Brock Dawson. Kick into the in-goal area. He's going to try and get out of his own in-goal. Keep coming. He's lost the 40 try. Well, he tried to get back into the field of play here. They kept coming, the St. Mary's defenders kept coming, and finally the ball comes loose and they pounce on it and score the unlikeliest and unluckiest of tries.
Well, unfortunate there for St. Pat's Mackay, but it's just a bit of a reward for effort, I reckon, for St. Mary's there. Built the pressure, and stuff like that happens in footy. And on day 4, the last day of Confro, it's more likely to happen after the 6th game in 5 days. So it's a long week.
Well, Taj Batty just went back into the in-goal area to say,
just try to get out.
And and Batty just falls on a loose ball and they hit back.
Well, they didn't capitalise on their possessions early, but the next look at it, they get right back in the match, and you'd think would take a lead here after this Nate Scott conversion from in front.
And does so.
So St. Mary's have some injuries this week. 3 players who were in the squad to start the week unfortunately picked up some injuries. So they've had to rearrange some positions, and that man who just kicked it, the halfback Nate Scott, is believed to be in the full-back position at some stage today, I'm told.
Well, 6-4. Score 6-4. Yeah, 6-4 is the scoreline. Halfway line for St Mary's. They've got their first try of the match, which will no doubt give them some confidence. But like I said, it was the unlikeliest and the unluckiest of tries on both camps. This is going to be contested. It's come off the shoulder.
Penalty hit. Yeah, looks like it.
Well, I don't know about that, Billy. I thought they both went up there, but referee Burke sees something otherwise, and that's going to be a penalty here to St Pat's.
We've seen that rule this year in the NRL with if you don't have eyes for the ball, you do and you do disrupt the kick chase or the contest. Looks here, it's
yeah, good call. Well done, Billy Crutchy.
like
You're spot on.
He wasn't going for the ball, he was just going for the man.
Yep.
And he's penalised.
Referee Burke is on the money. Like I said, they've been having a super carnival on the men in the middle. That's a penalty inside the 10.
And they've pinned him in offside.
Well, they were inside the 5. Struggling to get back onside. So that's St Pat's is going to take the tap restart. Not going to try and tempt fate by finding touch. Townsend with the first carry. She's spreading the ball already, and again they're coming to this right hand side. It's with Barnes. A little bit of a goosey run there from Harding, and Harding will get 35 out, and a penalty for a strip. 6 more.
Well, they're getting another opportunity. It's piggybacked a couple penalties down the field. It should be inside their own 20 here.
Go for a touch.
Nervous wait for John.
I haven't seen many of them go out, especially not kicking from the middle of the park. But anyway, that one finds touch, and that opens up the right-hand side here for St Pat's to throw another assault at the St Mary's defence. 18 out. Steps off the right, still going as a lock forward. Good carry here coming from the St Pat's 13 and Mark Serison. Go to the left. Brown. Back into the field to play Bailey Brown. Bailey Brown, no stranger to the try line. This time he's going to be this side of it. And get up and play it. They'll go through to the right-hand side. Kerridge. Cookson and scored a good try yesterday. Eli Cookson throws a big forward at the line there, and that one's Townsend again with his second carry. Quick play the ball, goes over and scores. The quick play the ball leads to that try there, and St Pat's bounced back. Might have been Eli Cookson. As I said, he scored a try yesterday, and I think he might have done it again here underneath the post. There's a lot of traffic in the way. We have the benefit of a replay that we're having a look at the moment, but that's right in front. Have a look at how we can see how quickly the play the ball was, and it was Eli Cookson. Throws a big dummy, goes around. He went towards big players, and they just couldn't stop the nimble-footed Eli Cookson.
Well, it's just another good set from St Pat's Mackay, really earning a try, and a good run there from point out Miles Kerrisk threatening the line, and that really got St Mary's in the back foot. Of course, Miles' older brother, Xavier Kerrisk, another Confra graduate onto the NRL this year. 2 games for the North Queensland Cowboys so far. And he's also a Confra player with St Pat's Mackay.
So 10-6. So just end-to-end stuff here. First try scored in the 9th minute by Lachlan Brown. 4 minutes later we get a try to Taj Batty, which is a due to a loose carry in the in-goal area. And then Eli Cookson 6 minutes later. So going by these sums, there should be one more try before half-time, going on the minutes the tries are scored, but to who, we'll wait and see. 10-6. 2 tries to Pats, 1 to St Mary's. And take Pats. And we saw in that previous markers are in the way, playing on, says the referee, is Bailey Smith got close to the line there with his break down the left-hand side, and that set at 6. So players playing their hand across the park here for St Pat's as we see fullback Lachlan Brown. Hark. Change the contract and play too, Bill?
He is.
Yeah.
Cowboys. Not on the Cowboys books, joining 3 of his teammates.
Breakdown of communications. Now, gee, I'd like to say you could blame the sun, but I don't think that's the case here. I think it's just a miscommunication. Not for the first time on field one we've seen this, Billy.
No, and I must say, John, St Pat's Mackay would be very... Well, they would take where they were at now after they poor start to the match with a couple errors coming out of their own half, and obviously the unfortunate knock on in the in goal, and they got a set here to go up by 2 tries, and you find that hard to imagine after a slow start. But here they go out to Ramos, and he's in. Oh no!
Oh, the flag's gone up.
Flag is up, and it looks like it might have been a knock on in there as well. Well, they went down that left edge again, John, where they scored their first try, and they nearly got there again. They'll be back there a lot this game, I'd imagine.
Dangerous.
The reigning champions of the Shield.
It's almost like they it took a little while for them to get the sleep out of the right St Pat's, didn't it, at the start of the game, and now they've started to go roll their sleeves up. So it's a penalty for St Mary's midway through the tackle count, so they'll find touch on the far side of McMahon Oval.
You just thought they needed that penalty there, John. They were really under the pump. Also, third tackle, they were working out their own half really slowly, and now they just get that upper leg. And with 3 minutes to go in this half, can they capitalise?
Well, I get a full set, yeah, definitely, but St Pat's will get one as well, unless there is a try scored. 12 metres inside St Pat's territory. Just not going to hand here, these passes. That's that sort of momentum slows down a little bit, but Newton will take that tackle 1 metre in from the John Eel stand side of McMahon Oval here at Morris College Asgrave, the host college of Confo 2026. Well, that wasn't supposed to go, that player. Unfortunately, he got in the way. I think the prop forward there, and Liam Sanson.
Unfortunate there for St Mary's. That might probably be their last crack at it of the half. But it's been a good half. It's a good job to survive after St Pat's were looking to put on some more points. I'm sure that 10-6 half-time deficit won't be the worst thing.
No, we've seen it before. We've seen the scoreline 16-6 with 10 to go and get run down to lose 18-6. 18-16, that is. Trying to concentrate while ACDC's Hell's Bells is playing in the dressing room next to us, as we see St Pat's.
Sounds like the Laurie's boys getting ready for the final. Kicks off in just over half an hour.
St Pat's down to the 30-metre line. Can they get one in before the final hooter? Outside the half-time hooter. Looking for a pop pass. Doesn't get it. There's Wommel. He's going to lose some metres. Referee will say, I called held. You can come forward a metre or two. Yeah, referee Burke wants us to come forward a little bit more, and that will be half-time here. So a little bit yucky at the back end of that first half here. But 10 points to 6 tries in the 9th and 19th minute. Lachlan Brown and Eli Cookson, and then Taj Batty for St Mary's. As our half-time score of 10 points to 6. John Devine, Billy Crutcher. We're back with the second half very, very soon.
is a division formed by the drop major Campbell and Cairns, along with Queensland Sport and other clubs. Thank you for your generous support for these divisions this year. We are extremely grateful for your partnership and for the role you play in serving. That is a 1 minute warning before the kickoff of the second half.
Final 25 minutes here for this bobble in the final between St Mary's on your left of screen and St Pat's Mackay, the defending champions from last year of the Shield final, that is, or Shield division. Well, that's going to go into the sun and nicely taken. So, yeah, St Pat's, that's big contact. St Pat's took a little while to get into their groove. They got their mojo and they've finished off stronger. A little bit of a mess up at the back end of that first half. They could have actually threatened for another 4 points, but St Mary's, well, they've got one try under their belt, 10 points to 6. So we'll just see how we go with this half of footy. As we've seen Billy Crutcher, 10-6 is nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
Confro.
Especially when you get to these finals, when you get the extra 10 minutes of game time as well. And especially a Bob Linder final, planning the line, and 2 historic Confraternity Carnival schools.
Pass out the back, not necessarily. It's gone. Well, I think it's called held.
Called a held first, yeah.
We could have said that a little bit earlier before he got the wind knocked out of him, put on his back. But anyway,
well, I think I know plenty of history, Confro history with NRL, with St Mary's, Jonathan Thurston, of course, Corey Pakes. Not sure if he played at Confro, but also Shane Walker, player of the Carnival.
Oh, good defence there from St Pat's. They want to finish this off with a win and some Bob Linder trophy, the second highest team award you can get in Confro. Am I right, Billy? I think
second highest.
Second highest.
Oh, well, I mean,
third
count
and fourth.
The shield stuff. It's probably down there, but it's the second highest piece of sort of like trophy you can receive.
Team trophy.
Team trophy. Yep.
Slow play the ball here for St Pat's. Now it's not all about the silverware, is it? It's nice, but it's all about playing some footy, getting out with your mates. We see Bailey Smith in the middle of the park here. Bailey Smith deciding to get a little bit of forward action. They go to the right-hand side where Bailey Smith would have been. Actually, no, Bailey Smith's on this side, isn't he? Yeah, there. He's moved inside Ramos. And you chuck in the back row of Mulherron on this left-hand side. They're going to go to a kick. It's going to split the men at the back. That will go dead in goal.
Sits. Oh, it does. It's hard to see from over.
You hit the shallow. Only bit of ground that's still left.
My binoculars out for next year's carnival. If we're in a box or up this height.
30-metre line, St Mary's. Still plenty of time. We have the pleasure of having the scoreboard with the clock running at the moment. Throws a dummy there, but Smith's awake to it. The ball goes back in, he goes back inside, but Ramos finishes off the tackle that Smith started. Or it wasn't Smith actually, it was Muscat.
Like Brock Dawson down that right edge, you looked very dangerous there. It looked like he was threatening to get through.
Cut out ball. Plays in motion. He's going to be pulled down in Xavier Newton, and Newton's going to get his side a penalty. Is that, do you know what that one was for, Billy? Was it holding down? Or?
Yeah, it looked like a high tackle.
A high tackle, okay. All right. So Mary's try to square things up. First they've got to get through this line. It's with Will Ryan. St Pat's with 3 defenders there, so that tells you how hard it's going to be. The back rower tries to muscle his way through there, and Taj Batty's already got himself a try. He's the right man in the right spot at the right time for that try in the in-goal area.
1-1 steal.
Yeah, that's just fatigue, isn't it, Billy?
100%. We're down. The players are down to their final 20 minutes of Confro. Some playing their last, some playing their first.
Yeah.
And St Mary's will get a chance to start the second half.
Bit of a shot coming there. That might be McMillan. He's getting all the high fives and the praise, putting that shot on to dislodge the footy. So St Pat's will have to defend their line as the scrum will be fed 12 metres out from the southern end here at McMahon Oval. Field number one for Confraternity. And this has been some epic games here on field number one, as I'm sure they have been on outside fields, but very happy with what I've been served up here.
We had 2 great games here this morning, John.
Yeah, totally.
Cracking games to start off the day.
Trying to get through again. Jesus. Taj Batty wants to prove he can score them on his own, not just a fortuitous bounce in the in-goal area. Goes behind. Catch and pass. And Bailey Smith's there. He's awake. Makes the tackle. Across the front of the goal. Trying to find a way through the Tricolours' defensive line. Rolls it down the back, and referee's going to say that's a knock on.
Close there, St Mary's, but still plenty of time left in the match. But yet again, we see an error.
It's just been error after error at this part of the ground.
And certainly teams might be wanting their opportunities back, looking back at it, but it's got to keep playing. As St Mary's are, both teams are putting it behind them.
Still just one out stuff. Oh, referee calls held. Referee Burke. No. The referee's going to call timeout. A bit concerned for that player. He's going to find himself go to the sideline. Will Mark Saracen. Not really sure what happened there. Might have got a bit of his head went backwards. And then he got face planted as well, so I'm not really sure whether it was just a precautionary thing.
Well, something else to note, John, as well. St Pat's Mackay, they haven't lost since Monday night. Obviously, they were out of business by then, but they want to keep this streak going. They lost their first pill match. Here's a break up the middle.
So putting a kick through here, the chasers come through, and there's more butcher stripes than tricolours. That's going to be taken in the in-goal area. See if the defence comes across. He's going to make his way out easy enough. He'll get within 5 metres of the field.
And he uses the goalpost to his advantage there. He's scooting around them.
10 out. St Mary's still got 17 minutes of footy to go. Girdler. Again, just close to the ruck here, trying to get through the bigger forwards, but it's just the more nimble players there in the 6 and 9. Kerrish and Cooks and the tacklers, and over around the chasers coming through pretty swiftly, but Brown tries to duck underneath the tackle and get through there, but it's too many players there in his way. Cross field, trying to link up with his outside men. That's the 30. That was McFarlane. Here they come. Bailey Smith goes back the other way. Bailey Smith still going as Smith tries to get through the tackle there of Sanson. Sanson hangs on. Again, they come down this left edge. 5 minutes inside St Mary's territory. Get out of my way. Bounces off one. Not the second one. Looking for a one-on-one strip. Referee says play on. Held. Go back. Puts it up. I don't think it was the last here from Kerrish. He put it up. It's going to be knocked on. Does he get it back? He does. Well, that'll be a scrum feed right in the corner of McMahon Oval. And St Pat's threatening now as a handling error of St Mary's gives them an opportunity.
Well, they're just giving St Pat's just enough, aren't they, John, to open up their account in the second half. And it's an unfortunate error there. St Mary's.
Yep, scoreboard hasn't changed since half time. Deep back line here. Referee Burke not happy. Still got a funny feeling St Pat's might win this scrum. That's just me being facetious. One by St Pat's. Is there a set play? They go out the back. Partners in crime. And Brown. Smith. Oh, Smith, just that tackle around the ankles could have been damaging. Good one there from Brock Dawson. Crossfield Cookson links up, goes onto the toe. He skipped out of the way because he probably would have been penalised for being offside. It's going to be a no advantage knock on scrum feed to St Mary's.
And they're just hanging in there, St Mary's. It's 15 minutes to go. They're only down by an unconverted try.
They're looking ready for the sheds at both sides, aren't they, Billy?
They are a bit, but it's understandable. It's the last day of Confro. And these young men playing, representing their schools a long week, but a trophy, a Bob Linder trophy in the line.
Well, the other thing with Div 1 is such a fast-paced game, isn't it?
Definitely.
You know, it's not like it's...
And it's hard, it can be heartbreaking as well.
Yeah.
Which St Pat's have learnt.
Good call.
They call it Heartbreak Tuesday for a reason, but you might call it Heartbreak Monday. They're out of business on Monday. They're in a tough pool with the host school, Marist. Obviously, John, you remember that penalty goal?
I do, vividly.
To knock out St Pat's, and
Lachlan Brown knocked it over. In an epic game. Midfield bomb taken to the back there by that man Brown. Beats one, beats two. Doesn't get away from the third. There's a couple of players there that will throw him to the ground. This is the replacement player out there in Collie. Has to come in to do some carrying there. It's Harding. Blindside. Bailey Smith tries to get through. Steps out of one. I think it's Bailey Smith. He's keeps going, isn't he?
He's popping up around the field.
Number 9.
So is this man.
Cooks in the dummy half. It's
Cowboys
tackle.
Contracted player.
Ramos falls over. Doesn't mean he's going to stop there. Still going. We thought about the offload to Mulherron, but decides to take.
Well, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
You keep the ball there. You keep him down there, and a few players out on their feet. St Mary's, but we've seen it before, John. They're hanging around. Their kick chase has been good, and they're willing to take these runs like this to get out of their own half. This is a strong tackle here.
Yeah. Well, we saw it earlier, didn't we? You saw when St Mary's were just dominating St Pat's in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and then just pure determination to hang on. In what was a rusty start by St Pat's until they got their mojo going, but they hung in there and they were able to hit back with 2 tries, or a try after the other one from Brown. But St Mary's, they just hang in there and keep their line tight, convert try, they're in front. Simple as mathematics. Big kick. Chase is coming through. Takes it easy as Brown, but he's going to be knocked off balance, and he'll get that just over the 30-metre line. Crowd starting to build here at field number 1 for the Shield final. Still a few games to be played outside field. Bailey Smith tries to get through there. He's been grabbed by the back of his jersey and gets a penalty. 10 in the bin. We'll make that 5.
Foul.
Yeah.
It's like,
don't know who it's against though.
It's like Brock Dawson heading off. Is it?
Well, nobody's going.
They've sinned in someone.
Nobody wants to go. Who is it? Me. It's going to be the winger actually in Ryland Girdler.
He's got to jog across the muddy. Would you say muddy, John? Muddy cricket pitch or
tacky, maybe?
Yeah, tacky.
Yeah, that's that
the word. Just going back and looking at the pool game, the very first match that St Mary's played at this carnival was against St Lawrence's. They lost 16-10, and now could you imagine what would have happened if that game had gone the other way? Looked like a high
flop.
Yeah.
His chance in the corner. Ramos, no stranger to the chalk. And he'll score and take that lead out 14 points to 6 with under 10 minutes remaining here at Confro. And so, weight of possession, man in the bin, and it was the right winger that's in the bin too, Billy, so that gap opens up on that side.
And we mentioned the left edge of St. Pat's Mackay, of course, scoring the first half through Lachlan Brown, and we mentioned the combination that him and Ramos have been forming, and there over goes Ramos, who misses opportunity earlier and doesn't miss there.
Ramos is a good finisher, but as you said, that right wing.
Well, he was known for his try scoring last year in their Carnival win.
Interesting enough, yesterday's game he was rested. For half a game. Yeah.
Well, they have had some niggles here and there. This side only missing one player from their squad of 21 at the start of the week, compared to some other teams that have taken the toll. This morning we were calling some games where some teams had 7 or 8 players out, and to get through the week so far to only one player, they'd be happy with that. I'll never want to see an injury, but they'd be.
Well, the thing is, but you don't rest wingers, mate. They don't do anything. It's the forwards that do all the hard work. That nudge is pretty good. 16-6. And Brown, like he did GPS field number 5 on Monday night, in exactly the same position, puts that one through the uprights, and that will take a 10-point lead with 7.5 minutes remaining. Jeez, Billy Crutcher.
It's hard to run down.
Yeah, especially a quality side like St. Pat's.
Yeah, definitely. And they had a big win over Shalom yesterday on this field, John.
Yep.
You might recall.
I do recall, yeah, they were strong. And that was the game that actually Ramos rested.
Yeah. And they were a dominant 26-6 win in that. And here, they haven't played their perfect style of footy. I'm sure Coach Shane Mao might have something to say about that. There are a couple errors early, but they've been really good since that.
Yeah, they haven't panicked. Got into their work, rolled up their sleeves, realised up against a quality opposition, and they've certainly fired in the last, probably you have to say the last 35-40 minutes, pretty much St. Pat's. Well, they're still down to only 12 men. St. Mary's Toowoomba. And that is their right winger. Now it's the last, but they go towards the opposite wing. Put a bomb up. It's going to be taken there by the winger on the far right-hand side, and it's going to be back inside. They kicked on the last. They've given it back inside to the support player, and they've come up with a try. They've reached a next level here, St. Pat's, and a weary St. Mary's. And they've come up with 4 points. That's just good support play. The kicking on the last wasn't contested by St. Mary's because nobody was there. Turns it back inside, and the lock forward going through there to score is Keenan Bone. He got the offload there from Sirensen, and Bone will go over and score in the 44th minute. And they should be back to full complement shortly. St. Mary's, but the damage is done. It's a bridge too far here now for the Toowoomba side.
Well, that's the style of footy they play, John. They slowly take advantage of some errors, and they make you pay. And 20-6, possibly about to be 22-6. It's reflective of that.
Yeah, not really sure. There was just I think he kicked early, and the wingers were up. And just good support play. I reckon they probably couldn't believe their luck. The outside back rowers. And Sirensen and the eventual try scorer and Keenan Bone. Conversion is successful. Brown doesn't miss many of those. 22 points to 6.
Sirensen, another returning player this year. And for his second Confro.
The winger comes back on
Well, I think it's 5 in the bin, isn't it, John?
Yeah, 5 in the bin, yeah, correct. I assume it will be the same in
the final. 30 minutes each way.
Short kick-off. Takes it nicely, and that will be a 40-metre restart. Smith grabbed by the collar and whipped to the ground. The referee wants to play on the mark. Bailey Smith having a chat to Schwenke. St. Pat's, they got some more points in them in a tiring St. Mary's side. They're deflated. The scoreboard reflects their fatigue. Quality side that's going to go end over end away from Nate Scott. And Scott, the chase is good. So St. Pat's just, well, they've just got some energy. Got red penalty. Taking too long to clear the ruck. And yeah, St. Mary's, it's hard to get up. It's the last game. You're getting done by a dozen.
They've done a good job, St. Mary's, to get through to the trophy final. I'm sure they'll be pleased with that. And they started well. They got the second try. Got off to a 6-4 lead. And ever since then, it's really just been all St. Pat's.
Yeah, half-time score's 10-6.
Do you feel like there's one more try in this, John?
Yeah, I think so, from St. Pat's. Oh, shot! Play on, ball comes loose. St. Pat's come up with a footy. And now St. Mary's have got the footy.
So a knock on.
Knock on. Everybody's looking at the ref, including yours truly. Penalty for a strip. Get a call from
the touchy.
Yeah, touch Judge Williamson. She sees all, and that will be a 2 minutes remaining. And you would think St. Mary's are going to be lucky to hold off this St. Pat's side for this last set. Let's see what happens. They got some tick of the butcher stripes from Toowoomba. Here they come. Brown, cut out ball. Ramos loses a footy. Not a great pass. He's not the tallest man on the park either, but man, it's just going to be a scrappy end of this final. Remember, at 12:30 local time, we've got a
good crowd building here as well.
Yeah,
from what I can see, all packing in.
One of the best seats in the house here, but
yeah, they're great seats.
So 15 out from our lot. He's lost that.
An hour.
Look out. Might be some points.
There might be a last roll of dice here.
Yeah, a minute ago, last set.
Grab their last try of Confro for 2026. You seen a try of the Carnival here, John? Or?
The try of the Carnival. Oh, that's a good call. Good call. I have to go back through my notes actually to have a bit of a look. There's been so many good tries.
Yeah, definitely.
And some of them come from losing sides as well, so
yeah, certainly.
It's been some outrageous right beginning. You got the length of the fields, you got ones that have gone through like 7 or 8 sets of hands, which are always outstanding. You get runs from dummy half or a forward that just would not stop. And I think there was a 13 from memory. I'm trying to remember who he was. He scored a treble actually. And that's going to be a penalty.
40 seconds left.
Well, they might take 2 and just get everybody a breather, or somebody want a meat pie.
Head up and get a seat early. They can't get in the grandstand. This looks to be full.
Cross to the left. They decide to take the tap. Restart. Barnes stands in the tackle. Throws a dummy. Goes back into the field. Player Stresson. Cookson's a dummy half. Brown, catch and pass, try in the corner. If he gets it down, and he does, and that will be a try in the right-hand corner there to Cody Daly.
Like
Call back?
Call back.
Forward pass, perhaps.
But nonetheless, St. Pat's, a good win.
And that is a 26 points to 6 win here to St. Pat's, the defending premiers of the Shield final last year. Finish off the Carnival with a win. St. Mary's were gallant, but they're up against a quality side. And they'll be back again next year, bigger and better. We'll take a break here. Billy Crutcher, thank you for your time over Confra, mate, for calling the footy. I appreciate you stepping up. You're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes as well. And a fine time to come up here to call some footy with me. I really appreciate your efforts, mate. And you're an outstanding caller. Keep up the good work. And we'll see you again. We'll see you at the Devils one day, mate. Take it easy.
Definitely. Thanks, John.
Cheers, mate. Thank you, sir. We'll be back here for the Shield final coming up here in just a few moments. And it is destined to be an absolute beauty.
Look at him, pumped up, Reuben Cotter.
He just wanted it more.
Well, 2026, the culmination of a wonderful carnival here at Mars College, Ashgrove, the host school for 2026, Confro number 46, brought to you by the Australian Catholic University. And it comes down to this. Brother St. Brendan's on the right of the screen will take on the new boys of Division 1 St. Lawrence's College shortly. John Devine here with Michael Crutcher. We're about to get underway as we hear the home crowd because of location, St. Lawrence's. They will be backed by the home crowd. Michael Crutcher, Brother St. Brendan's, well, I might have something to say about that. They need to take the crowd out of it, and I'm pretty sure they possibly will.
Oh, here we go, John. This is the 44th Shield final to be decided at the Confraternity Carnival, way back to 1980. We've only missed 2 years when it comes to Shield final champions, and that was 2020 and 2021 during the COVID years. But here we go. This is the 44th time we'll have a Shield champion. No school has won it more times than St. Brendan's Yeppoon. 14 times they've won it. So Shield champions 14 times. And what about some of the names that have been through St. Brendan's over those years and have played Confraternity Carnival? We can run through them. Harry Grant, Ben Hunt, Matthew Scott, David Taylor, Corey Oates, Julian O'Neill, and today we've got here Owen Paddy, a 2021 old boy now in the Canberra Raiders system. He's come back today, Owen Paddy, to watch his old team. And a shout out to Matthew Hill, who was a fullback of the Carnival for St. Brendan's in 2022, who makes his AFL debut for Hawthorn tomorrow. So the way that the Confro wheel spins, some of our viewers will remember Matthew Hill. He was an outstanding fullback, but he's obviously a pretty decent AFL player because that's what he's doing tomorrow. St. Lawrence is in their first ever Confraternity Carnival Division 1, and they've made the final in their first year. So we've got a real contrast here today to watch these teams with such different Confro history. The veterans in St. Brendan's, first one in 1982, and now we've got St. Lawrence is in their first year.
So we're about to get on the way. Wait for the hoot of the referee for this one is Jack Pearson. We are underway. Confraternity Shield Final 2026. Live from Mars College, Ashgrove, brought to you by the Australian Catholic University. My name's John Devine. Joining me is Michael Crutcher, as we've done for the last, 8 out of 9 finals together. And I've got goosebumps here already, and I don't know why I get them every year, but we'll see how we go. St. Lawrence's are running from the northern end. They are the new kids on the block in Div 1, and they're being brought into this contest up against the might of St. Brendan's, who were too good against Iona College, the undefeated Iona College yesterday, to progress to another final. That's going to be a penalty late in the tackle count here. Player taken out. Referee calls time off on that one.
Yeah, 25-minute halves we have here in this. We've got time off right now. So time off for this match. We do that when it comes to Confraternity Shield finals. So 25 minutes and we have time off. So,
ooh, that was ugly.
This could be a really early turning point potentially in this game. We've got referee Pearson talking now to his touch judge.
Look, this is a bit of a high shot here. It looked pretty bad. I was able to look at the replay, and this could be pivotal. We've only had 1 minute of footy. Michael Crutcher, the referee's having a chat for a high shot. He's gone for 10. Well, I'll be perfectly honest, I thought he might have got more than that, but Jake Sims is into the sin bin for 5 minutes, and the St. Laurie's player is still down.
Yeah, coming into this game, this is game 6 for these players, and each team starts the week with 21 players. Brendan's have got their batch through. They're okay. St. Lawrence's have lost 2 players to injury this week, and they look as though they might have a third whose participation will be limited here as he leaves the field now. And that's Eamon Toot, who was very good for them yesterday.
Try-saving tackle on a number of occasions against Cathedral.
He made a tackle that may have delivered St. Lawrence's to this final. So I think St. Brendan's probably can be thankful there that that's a sin bin and that they keep their complement after 5 minutes as time resumes. So these games serve up things that we don't think about often. Here's another one, a Confro Shield final. The crowd's building up. There's just a great atmosphere, and can you believe the week's gone so fast, John?
Unbelievable. Cooper Young try scorer yesterday, an outstanding try it was too for Cooper Young. The players to watch out, another one is Harry Taylor, the number 7, made a break down the left-hand side to set up a try as well yesterday afternoon. But it was their defence, and I love your article, it was just a black and orange wall of defence that won them that game yesterday, and on the back of that, they were able to convert that into points. As we see the man Harry Taylor takes to the line here, the fullback here is O'Shea, and O'Shea will be denied any further progress than 2 metres out from the chalk at the southern end. Big crowd here at McMahon Oval, and they've filled up John Eales' stand. There probably has to be close to $5,000, 5,000 people here, I reckon. It's huge. They go to the right hand, steps off the left is Taylor, puts a kick into the in-goal area. In-goals aren't that big. It's going to be a 7-tackle restart, but Taylor would like to have that one back.
Yeah, just a bit too heavy. We mentioned yesterday the teams that shoot and defence on Harry Taylor better get him because he can step. They shot there, but the kick was too heavy. Both teams have done their videos overnight, but they played each other, John, in the pool matches. It's so rare that we have Confro Shield finalists who actually met in the week. That was a win on Tuesday to Brendan's 30 points to 0, but you get the impression that this Laurie's team has worked hard on their defence, and talking to Laurie's, the one thing they spoke about before this game was defence. They didn't worry too much about other things, just defend like we did yesterday and see what we can do.
So Zach O'Shea will bring that into a line and gets picked up, and he's going to be waltzed backwards. Held, says the referee Pearson from Townsville. Getting the Shield final, so kudos to the referees of the Carnival. They've done a great job. As I said, I don't think I've seen one bad call from one referee, and they've used their touch judges wisely for decisions they're not too sure about, which is a testament to them. It's not an ego, it's about getting the decision right. Cooper Young will get up and play it on the 20. They go to the left-hand side before they kick early on the tackle count, looking for a 40-20. Looking for a 40-20, does the footy get it? No, he's going to be picked up there by Oberhart. Geez, that must have been close to the chalk here. He comes back and a good return too by the fullback.
Yeah, good return. Good kick already from St. Lawrence's. You know, the field position is going to be important today, as it has been all week in this carnival. Now, a shout out to the coaches from both teams here. We have Scott Minto, the former NRL player for the Bronx and the Cowboys, who is leading St Brendan's, trying to repeat the Shield final triumph from 2023 when Scott was in charge of St Brendan's. Then they beat Emmaus Rockhampton that day in the final at St Lawrence's. And for St Lawrence's, who hosted that one in 23, Paul Bose, the Wynnum Cyril Connell coach, their coach, has done a magnificent job this week, turning this team around in 2 weeks since the rugby union season.
Midfield bomb here. O'Shea takes it nicely. He's going to be hit just as he hits the ground here. So, the referee says maybe, no, he's inside the 10. So it wasn't actually for the challenge mid-air, but he was in front of the kicker. So that's a penalty and a leaving one for the Lauries. Geez, they're absorbing a lot of punishment at the moment of the boys from Cooperoo.
Just want to give a shout out to the Williams brothers here today as well, John. This is quite unique. We have Guy Williams, the former Broncos NRL player, veteran Queensland Cup player, who was assistant coach at St Lawrence's, where he teaches. His brother Dallas is the head of rugby league at St Brendan's Yeppoon. Two brothers who are very well liked across the Queensland rugby league community. The Guy played about 240 Queensland Cup games. As we get an offload here, as St Lawrence's try to find some room, and Dallas played about 150.
Medenic going, and I said Cooperoo, it's actually the inner city.
South Brisbane, the Orange boys, the orange and black, also the gold and black from South Brisbane.
Yep, and they're up against some brothers and brethren who have the same colours, although the different strip to Villanova, who are right next door to St Lawrence's, so they'll be used to taking on and winning against the green and gold. So here they come against St Lawrence. They go to the left-hand side, has to reach out for that. That's Cooper Young. Puts it up, and that's going to be taken just in the field, and good chase there from Young as well. Cuts him down a metre out. So they need a good defensive set here, Lauries.
Harry Taylor important in that set again. There you can see he's at Marshall for Lauries. He was a player of the match in their opening 4 games. So he's vitally important to this team. And a bit of size about St Brendan's too. You know, there is a thought that Brendan's have never been the biggest school at Confro when it comes to size, but this year they've got size, and the other teams who have played them have noted that. Not just size in the middle, size out wide too.
No, certainly just Harry Taylor, and finally I might have a stat that you don't know, Michael Crutch, which is very, very hard to believe. He's actually nephew of Joe O'Callaghan, the coach of the Tweed Seagulls and premiership winning under-20 South Rabbitohs coach as well. So there you go.
That's a good stat.
You like that? That's all stat. I got.
And I think the Brendan's players are listening to you, because I'm not sure they knew it was the last tackle. They were engaged in what you were saying.
So they should. Actually, I'm surprised there wasn't a hush all over the ground. Bizarre.
We do have
respect.
A number of players here who have NRL deals already, several on the St Brendan's side. The likes of Caden Hoare with the Rabbitohs, Preston Nicol with the Cowboys, Jay Marsh,
big shot,
the son of
PJ
Origin utility PJ Marsh.
Oh, penalty late call from the referee. I got a message from the touch judge on the far side.
Stood the ground. Lucas McLean with the Cowboys, Robert Hardy-Thompson with the Broncos, and St Lawrence's Harry Taylor with the Broncos already.
So touch finder. 0-all. 8 minutes gone. Back to full complement both teams.
This game started well from St Lawrence's viewpoint, coming off the 30-0 defeat on Tuesday. And they've started strongly. They spoke about the importance of doing that, and they're getting themselves down to at least an attacking kick in this set.
Head down, Carswell. It's almost like Origin's game, where the first 5 to 10 minutes is just explosive footy before both teams get into their work. You know what I mean? Crutch, the enthusiasm, the adrenaline's rushing, the lactic acid. They're playing at 100 miles an hour, forgetting about the game. And here's a catch and pass, loses it. Austin Hearn, the line was open, couldn't quite reel it in to score. He's looking at the right-hand touch line, and that could have been 4 points to start the afternoon off.
Encouraging movement there from St Lawrence's to the right, getting set up off the Harry Taylor little surge through the middle that got Brendan's backpedaling. So Brendan's with a chance now with this set to bring it back down, and there's a mistake straight away.
Wow.
Well, we talk about mistakes in these games, John, but we're playing dry weather footy today. It's so different to Monday and Tuesday, when there seem to be mistakes every few minutes, and you couldn't blame the players.
Ricks.
Where nice and dry today for some entertaining footy.
Play with the headgear, and I can remember asking Darren Smith about the try of the century. I said, how do you know the ball's there? He said, I couldn't see anything. My headgear was in front of my eyes. I just caught it, lucky to catch it. So maybe his eyesight was covered there. He couldn't quite catch that one, but no doubt he bounced back. Taylor with a short ball. Hits the advantage line. The ball carried on with Cooper Young. No, it wasn't. It was the back rower and Boassi. Kicks into the in-goal area. Play on, says the referee. No. The knock-on came from a Norwich player.
I think he thought as the ball went down there that it was just knocked on by Will Bradley. That seemed to be the call because the referee was right there. The entertaining play, but Brendan's on the counter-attack quickly near halfway.
Come from the other end of 5 metres out. And he's actually kicked it through, and I think Cooper Young's actually knocked it on the way to the try line. Oh, this is a good carry there from the number 8, and Preston Nicol. Preston Nicol will get to his feet. Dummy half is Campbell. Finds a lock forward, going for a charge now with Jack Symes. He's back on the park here. Here's the player sent to the sin bin for 5 minutes. He'll get up 12 out from the try line. Numbers out to the right-hand side. Turns an underball, goes without. It's going to be dived on, and that will be a knock-on, says referee Pearson. So relief here for the St. Laurie's boys, but they're no stranger to defending their own line.
Yeah, just a bit clunky there from Brendan's with that ball going astray, but they'd like the way they moved down the field there, John. They moved pretty well down that field off the counter-attack of the knock-on at the other end from Laurie's, but just a bit of miscommunication there. But the challenge now for Laurie's to move it back down. It's a bit of a hush in this crowd, you feel, at the moment, John, just waiting for the game to bust open 10 minutes in.
Yeah, like I said, that's what we're waiting for. It's like Origin, where it's just been seeing each other, a couple of prize fires, a couple of jabs the first couple of rounds, and then they get stuck in, trying to find a weakness. But as you said, Michael Crutcher, these two sides have met in this carnival, so they would, it's a rarity. So I'm pretty sure they both know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and both are adjusting accordingly, and this is what's caused the nil or scoreline, and a staggered start from both. Taylor turns an underball here. There's no way really through there, but nothing balls. 3 defenders pull him down on the 40. Slow play the ball. Wiley. Now it's the last. That's on the 40, so good defensive set here from Brothers St. Brendan's. All three players are, well, I think got 2 back actually. Oberhart is one of them. He takes that football. The chase isn't all that good, but the line is straight when they come back up.
We talk about Confrat graduates who have gone on to play Origin, John. We're up to about 50 Confraternity Carnival players who have represented Queensland at Origin level. One of those wasn't Rowan Hancock. He was an Origin original, but his grandson is playing in this team for St. Brendan's, Rocky Hancock, niece of Steph Hancock and the grandson of Rowan. So
there you go.
The number of family connections through some of these teams at Confro is remarkable. You never know who's related to who when it comes to these
Surely
players.
Rowan's not old enough to be a grandfather. He's still a youthful man. Obviously Origin original, and one of the bigger talking points of Origin controversy over the years. Flies high, takes that nicely. There's Austin Hearn. So Laurie's again work it out from their own end through the back row, the back line. Something's going to happen. Something funky's going to happen, Michael Crutcher. I don't know what it is. It just seems like there's something's going to break this game wide open. Taylor through the hands finds that man in Cooper Young. They got some dynamic ball players. Cooper Young's one of those. Obviously O'Shea, who's got the ball now, finds the front row, the back rower, and Wiley will get over the 40. That's a good carry. Now it's the last. So I think on the last 5 or 6 occasions, both sides have finished their set of 6, 10 metres short of the halfway in their own territory and had to get the kick through. So there's no pressure like getting to a kick and completing a set. So they go down the blind side, throws a dummy. He had an unmarked player. He gives it to the player, and that player goes without the football there. And Caden Hawari would like to have another grab at that one.
Yeah, Caden Hoare, the Rabbitohs books the NRL club. I reckon he had a peek at the try line there because he might have thought, I reckon I'm a chance to get there, and he may have been. They moved that ball well. And just a little peek up as the Laurie's defence scrambled across to their right. So, yeah, we've gone 14 minutes, John. We've got nothing in it at the moment.
Well, this is a good field position here for St. Lawrence's. And something I've noticed with Laurie's, they don't panic. Whether an attack or defence, I'll just run this up here. They'll go through the work. He's going to be face planted. Nothing wrong with that. He'll get up.
I think both teams have been very calm. I ran into the Brendan's crew. That's good yardage twice today before the game, and they were pretty relaxed, strolling around. And the same with the Laurie's crew. They've managed to keep these boys very much together, and the Laurie's coaching staff remarking just how close this group of players is at Laurie's. A very good cohort who play hard for each other.
Yeah, I think, and that's, as I said, the Lackley Ass has gone the first 5 minutes, and they've got back to the instructions of both their coaches. So Taylor takes the line there. It's in the hands of O'Shea, and O'Shea will go be cut down. It's the last tackle. They're 12 out, 15 out from the try line here. St. Lawrence's. Taylor, cross-field kick. Does he fly high? No, he just grabs it. And Hawari denies Hearn mid-air. Good take there from the winger. He had some heat coming, Crutch.
Yeah, good footy. They're watching what Harry Taylor was going to do on that. He decided to kick, and he gave his players a contest out there, but well fielded by St. Brendan's. Both these teams have come from different backgrounds. We mentioned that St. Lawrence's have just finished their rugby union season only 2 weeks ago. So they've focused on defence as being the best way to get ready to play rugby league in 2 weeks. St. Brendan's coming off a Dolphins Cup season, which continues after this break. So I think we'll see St. Lawrence's slot into the Dolphins Cup under an initiative from the NRL Dolphins. It's a great initiative for the highest placed AIC school from this carnival to go and contest the Dolphins Cup, which is magnificent. That's a great bonus for these teams, and it'll be Laurie, so maybe they'll meet again down the track. They've played this twice already. Who knows if there'll be a third time?
Could be, yeah, definitely. It's a great initiative from the Dolphins. As we see Gilbert, one of the players, has thought about a toss over out. Taylor trying to squeeze through there behind the markers. Mackay finds Aia. So that's the 40-metre line last tackle. Would think they'll go aerial. Does so. Going to test the winger. Sun in his eyes. Going to be taken quite easy there by Robig. And diffused a not so lethal bomb. Wasn't too many chases coming through. And again, you see the middle third of makes the break easy as you like. No supporters, has to go on his own, and I think that's Thomas, and he's going to be cut down. 12 out from the try line. Laurie's play still coming back on side. That might knock loose in a tackle. Now the ball's come loose. Waiting for referee Pearson to see if he gets a ruling from the touch judge on the far side, whether there was a late shot, but great run there from Isaac Thomas. I thought that was the thing I've been waiting for, that busts the game right open.
Yeah, there's little moments you just think with 7 minutes to go in this half, maybe something does give here and there, but the defence from both teams has been up to it. They've both been tested, and they're being tested in game 6 of a long week.
So Laurie's nothing silly, looking for some field position. No. Coming away from their playmakers, Taylor and Cooper Young. They come to this right-hand side. The placement player out there is Kai Green, and Green gets within 15. Taylor puts another ball now. They go up the middle of McMahon and the Denick. Jab, jab, jab. They still keep going, a little knock on.
Yeah. So one of those little turnovers that may open the door a little bit here. But both teams will be using their benches really well here, and that's really part of the key to getting so deep in the Confro Shield. 21 players at the start of the week. How do you get them through? Well, you have unlimited interchanges, so it's up to the coaches just to work out how they best do that.
Well, with the number 10 and Nick Nadenic, who was unable to get his boot up high enough to play that ball and just tipped it, and it's just probably because he's got such heavy legs from a big week, and that's Caden Huari. Get up. 25 out. Good leg drive there from Gilbert. 15 out. They go to the right-hand side. Plays in motion. Sweeping play. They've got numbers. They've got numbers. Goes back into the field of play there to the centre three-quarter and right. He had a player outside him. I don't know whether he thought he was running out of grass and decided to come back into the field of play or thought there was half an opening, but there was a man unmarked outside him as we see some Brendans trying to get through this wall. A wall they broke a few times earlier in the week, but yet to do so here in the Shield final. Or am I wrong? Tackle, try-saving tackle as he rolled over and scored the try. The referee will look at the touch judge, and they've come up with first points, St. Brendan's. In the left-hand corner, 4-0.
Well, they finally cracked and only just got there. Just a fantastic rollover to plant that ball as they went wide to the left with decoy runners. Laurie's just on the back foot in their defence there as they tried to stop that raid from Brendan's. But an opening try. It took us a while, John. It took us 20 minutes.
Harry Robig comes up with a try. They'll be saying, Harry, you're a wizard. He gets the first points of the match here. And you can't say it was because of dominance. Both sides have been field possession. Completions have to be pretty much neck and neck. They're not pretty, the stats. I wouldn't have thought. There would have been quite a few missed tackles. Completed sets probably only about 60-70%, if that. You know, it's just the side that was going to break first, and he used every corner, every inch of grass here of McMahon able to open that account, Harry Robig.
Now, I just received a text message, John, from Terry Reeder, who's a CEO of the NRL Dolphins, and a Laurie's old boy too, Terry. He's watching the live stream, so I stand corrected. Terry sent me the texts. He says what happens here is that Dolphins Cup semi-final berth goes to the best performed AIC school. So that's the Brisbane-based AIC comp from Confro. So if Laurie's wins this, they go direct into that semi-final. If they don't, it'll be a playoff between the two best performed teams at Confro, which would be St. Lawrence's and Iona College. The winner, as this kick heads to the post, but to the right, it's waved away. The winner will play either St. Brendan's or the Cathedral College, who are 1 and 2 in the Dolphins Cup pools, currently at KO Stadium on the Ekka Tuesday night or afternoon. So, which is a great initiative from the Dolphins. And look, that's how open-minded Terry is. He's an old boy, but he's still going to let a playoff happen if Laurie's don't win this. They may win this and they may go straight through. So, great initiative from the Dolphins, which adds a bit more to Confro.
Good on you, Terry. He's probably sitting back in his white. Oh, it's been trapped, and that will go into touch, and that will be a Laurie's possession there. Terry in his shower garment with his slippers and he's his recliner, taking it easy.
He's feeling pretty good. The Dolphins are going very well.
Very well, yeah. Very well.
No rest for Terry. He'll be watching this game right now. Some Dolphins players already throughout this carnival and performed quite well.
So Laurie's trying to wrestle back that lead St. Brendan's have before half-time. They're 4 minutes away as Taylor goes forward, and Taylor's been unceremonious. Almost gets away from that tackle there. Taylor still going. Jesus.
He bounced off
chap, yeah.
4 players to score a try yesterday. He's been a handful all week.
Laurie's threatening. They go to the left-hand side. They've got danger. Taylor. I don't think they were supposed to go to the back row there in Dundas, but it's going to be Dundas will get up a metre out from the try line. Down from dummy half as he gets through. The referee's right there. Svensson's going to walk back. Pearson, I should say, walks back and awards the try, and they hit back straight away with 2 minutes to go first half.
Well, they hit back all right, John, and that came from that restart, which was a bit difficult for St. Brendan's to handle, and they've done exactly what they wanted to do here. Just an old-fashioned dummy half dart from Ty Dorney to get over for a try that you didn't really think would happen the way that Brendan's scored first, but Gee, it doesn't matter what level of footy you're playing, John. That set after points is so important. And we're going to go to half-time here with only 1 minute and 15 left on the scoreboard clock here, with potentially a St. Lawrence's lead depending on this conversion attempt.
Well, we talked about some greats of Origin of late. We've talked about some of the great number 9s, but the ghost of the turtle just turned up here at McMahon Oval in Greg Konevsky. We just burrowed over there. He was actually a metre or so out still. He had to do a little bit of work there. He had the headgear, and out of the cannon he came. And have a look at the replays of some of the Greg Konevsky tries, and I'm pretty sure Ty Dorney will see that and realise, hey,
Greg
I am the next turtle.
This is part of the John Devine History of Rugby League syllabus for all Confraternity Carnival students. There's a conversion, John.
Waved away. Well, it's ancient history. I'm better at than modern history because I have no idea where my car keys are. So, coming into the half-time 4-all, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sure for these young men, State of Origin players from the early 80s is ancient history, but always worth revisiting.
Totally. But that was just, he made up his mind, he put his head down and went over and scored, but the job's not done here for either side. We're probably going to go to the sheds 4-all. We'll have this restart, and he'll take the, well, it's allowed to bounce, take it, he'll take the tackle. And that will be, wait for the referee to blow the whistle, and the referee will call time off. That is half-time. 4-all, try the 20th to Harry Robig, and then 4 minutes later, Ty Dorney burrows over from dummy half. Both tries unconverted. 4-all. Confraternity Shield final brought to you by the Australian Catholic University. We're going to come back with the second half very, very soon.
On behalf of the entire ACU Confraternity Carnival, I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank our incredible sponsors and partners who have helped make this year's event possible. To the Australian Catholic University, Australian Sport, CMBM, St. Leo's College St. Lucia, the former Origin Greats, the Catholic Schools Principal Association Queensland, Catholic Schools Parents Queensland, the Carbon Club of Queensland, the Confraternity of Brothers Clubs across Queensland, our Catholic education offices in Brisbane, Woomba, Rockhampton, Townsville and Cairns, along with Queensland Sport and overall clubs. Thank you for your generous support and belief in the vision of this carnival. We are extremely grateful for your partnership and for the role you play in strengthening silk sport and the broader Catholic education community. On behalf of the entire Confraternity Carnival community, we would like to sincerely thank our valued event partners, Dow Production, Urban Utilities, ACS Printing Group, Big Food, Complete Sound Holdings, Bells Fluorides and Coca-Cola for your incredible support. Your contribution behind the scenes helps bring this event to life.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 25 minutes remaining in Confraternity 2026 here at Morris College Asgrove, the host school of Confro 46. brought to you by Australian Catholic Universities. You wait for this hooter. And I want to thank everyone here at Morris College, Ashgrove. All the staff and volunteers who made this a wonderful carnival. Groundsmen in particular got these grounds up. Thanks to the NRL for bringing their coaches and referees and everybody involved in administering the game as well. The volunteers, the ball boys on the sideline. It's been a wonderful day, and it's culminated in this 4-all scoreline as we head towards the culmination of what's been, as I said, a wonderful carnival. Who's going to win it? After what I saw the first half, I am still clueless because both sides are winning the arm wrestle in the middle. Not quite executing. It's a little bit clunky, as I said to Michael Crutcher. It's ugly, but Jesus, it's enthralling as we wait for referee Jack Pearson to come back out, the referee from Townsville. Crutch, how do you see it? I can't call this one.
Oh, it's very even. We spoke about the 30-0 win for St Brendan's in the pool round on Tuesday, but forget about that. This is tight. Brendan's have given up 24 points all week, so 24 points, including the 4 from Laurie's in the first half. St Lawrence's its last 3 games have been outstanding in their defence, so let's forget the 30-0 for this stage, and good luck trying to pick a winner. There's a knock-on early from Brendan's. That'll really pump Laurie's up here, so let's see how this game twists and turns. But how do we get to Confro Shield second half so quick, John? Seems like only a few hours ago it was Monday, it was raining, and there were 72 teams across 7 fields. Here we are, Friday afternoon. We've got 25 minutes of footy left. Well, it's been a wonderful week. I
think you should come back tomorrow. Have another crack here. But yeah, look, it's been enthralling to say the least, so that's just pressure. But the thing about finals, especially a grand final, the form guide's thrown out the window. Crutch, it doesn't matter what happens on Monday, Tuesday or yesterday, it's this 50 minutes. Anything can be spat out, and you lift to another level when you're playing for a Confro final and a Shield final at that. 12 out from the try.
And we also talk about how many times in Confro over the years, John, have we done games as they go at the back to the left, where there is a massive upset, and you talk to the coach of the team that was beaten, and they go, well, that's schoolboy footy.
That's it.
We've got teenage boys out here.
Exactly right. They're like shopping trolley wheels. You just don't know which direction they're going to go sometimes. There's 5 minutes out from the try line, says referee Pearson. They go to the left through Taylor. Taylor puts a kick in. That's been played. That has it. And that's going to be dived on here. I think the kick from Taylor. The referee's going to point to the spot. He's going to award the try. So 1 minute into the second half, and Laurie's hit the lead for the first time.
Well, back to mistakes here, John. We saw the try from Brendan's in the first half off an error midfield, and now we see one here off the resumption of the second half. Harry Taylor wasn't an ideal pass, but that ball just ricocheted and bounced away, and the chase was fabulous.
I think it might be the first grounding from mine where I can see on the replay. There goes the number 9. He's got a double here now. It's Ty Dorney. Do you mind?
Yeah, tough to defend those for Brendan's, and you know they'll keep their cool about them because they're tough to defend those ricochet balls like that so close to the line. But what a start for Laurie's in this second half, and when these conversions start to become so valuable in a Shield final.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. It came back to that error straight after the resumption, and they were able to capitalise, but this little grubber from Taylor was just too hard to rein in. As you said, that's the shape of the footy, the forest of legs. When the kick comes, it was the last. It wasn't a great pass. He was going to go crossfield. It's more of a dab into the in-goal area. Conversion is successful, and it's an important one. 10 points to 4.
This crowd really starting to build up now, John. We've got the teams coming up from their previous games on the lower fields down the side of the hill. They're up here now.
This is my 8th, I think, Confro final. I don't think I've seen this many people ever at a Confro. I know there's more teams, and this is extraordinary how many people are filling into this place. I'm glad I brought the motorbike to get home. I won't get home until midnight. It's allowed to bounce. Oh, he jumped in the air without the footy, and they've come away with it. St Brendan's. They're 15 metres out from the try line.
I'm sure both coaches just desperate for a... as we see a penalty, though. I was going to say both coaches just desperate for a normal set after points. We haven't seen that yet. Brendan's knocked on before. They regained possession here. They've got a chance again.
So Brendan's early in the half, I thought maybe in a hint of thinking about taking 2. Anyway, though, the big prop forward tries to get across, gets the offloads, forwards combining. It's with Symes, the bad guy from the first half, and went for 5 minutes in the bin. They go to the fullback, cut out ball, and that's going to go to the winger, and Hawari, you'll throw it back into the field of play.
Yeah, clunky from Brendan's there. They were clunky earlier in that first half too, and I'm sure that's something that Scott Minto and his coaching staff will have just noticed. It's a time for calm heads here. We've got 20 minutes left in this game, so we saw in the game earlier today the way that one of the teams just built momentum in the second half. They just built it, eventually cracked. So there is plenty of time in this game just to get yourself set and to put pressure on the other team. If you can build pressure here, it's going to pay off.
Both sides coming off in the end what were comfortable score lines. It might have been comfortable score line, but Jesus, tough as a penalty. Another one. Another set of 6 here for St. Lawrence's. So who's managed their players better? Because this is the last 20 minutes of Confraternity 2026. Who's got enough gas in the tank? Runs in the legs to get them home. And at the moment, running on pure adrenaline because... teenage boys, these guys will go to bed at 8 o'clock tonight and get up at midday tomorrow. I reckon. I know I will.
It depends where they go because they're going to scatter far and wide after the presentations. Off to Mount Isa, off to Cairns, to Abergowrie, down the coast, out to Roma. That's the beauty of Confraternity Carnival. These teams come from all over the state and they all disperse as that pass goes behind.
Will Bradley have to tidy that up, but he finds the shoulder of a couple of defenders. So lost some metres here, St. Lawrence's, but they still have the ball in hand here.
So we'll have that presentation after this final, and the name the Confro Merit Team, a team that's always sought after by the players, so that selectors watch every one of these games across all divisions during the week. They pick a team that they believe to be the best players in each position, and that'll be named along with other awards, including Player of the Carnival.
Mackay gets the kick away. Overhart will take that and step off the left foot and run into the defence of St. Lawrence's. Quick play the ball. They go to the blind side. Going for a run that way is Robig, I think the try scorer. 5 short of halfway. Tackler over there is McLaren. Loses. McLaren's going to remonstrate the referee saying, I didn't do anything wrong, sir. Wasn't me.
I don't think it'll pay off for him.
No, you could try. Touch finder, so 10-4, which is nothing. We've seen, especially here on day one, where he was so keen, was Gilbert, to go charging into Laurie's. Does he have a go this time? Yeah. I was ready. All right, so Laurie's in familiar territory, defending on their line. They were here yesterday afternoon. They did it with aplomb in the second half. Have to do it again against this big side from Yeppoon. Some Brendans right in front of the uprights. Goes for a dart from dummy half, easy as you like. Overhart, the fullback. 10-8, kick to come.
Well, what about that? We've spoken about the black and gold wall this week, and it's been so hard to crack yesterday and today, and that's just a straight dummy.
Yeah.
The shoulders turned, and Overhart knew he had that. The line just opened up for the fullback from St. Brendan's. There was the turn. It was
very un-Laurie's-like.
Yeah, that's it.
Yesterday.
And we talk about, the grind of a carnival, and it's not just the physical side of it, it's the mental side of it as well. And the dummy from the fullback comes up. We saw the first Laurie's try come from the old dummy half crash over. This one comes from just a straight dummy.
Yeah.
So we're going to be tied up here, you'd think, at 10-all.
Of course we are. That's a Shield final for you. 10-all. Well, you said that. You said it first if he misses this. I've ruined so many goal kickers' careers this week.
Well, I do know, John, that I'd just rather do that because you've got a shocking ability to cruel kicks of teenagers. We've got a big crowd behind us in the Cyprian Pavilion, just off screen at the moment, but that's Marist College Old Boys function, so they've got really good numbers there to come and watch the very first Confraternity Carnival at Marist Asgrove. It's the 11th one that we have had in Brisbane. It's the first one here.
Well, the interesting thing about that, those old boys wouldn't have played rugby league either, so the conversion attempt is successful. 10 all. And we still have 15 and a half minutes remaining on the scoreboard clock. Restart, 10 all, 15 minutes remaining. See how they go. So everybody's here now. All the outside fields are empty. GPS, thanks to them, GPS Rugby Union, for hosting Confraternity with a couple of their fields as well. Well done to them over there. Really appreciate that. It couldn't have been done because so many teams now in Confro. The trouble is not how or when, it's where, because of the numbers.
You need 7 fields now to host Confraternity Carnival, and the waiting list to join the Carnival is still good. 56 boys teamed with a waiting list, and the girls 16 teams, and just really growing that part of the Carnival so well. But you need plenty of fields. Marist Asgrove have turned that on this week. 7 fields, and it's been a memorable Carnival so far, and we're locked up with 14 to go in the main game.
It's come to this, that's just rolling over in the tackle, that's fine, and it's going to be that Cooper Young, a little bit quiet, Cooper Young, but I think he's himself, O'Shea. We talked about the brilliance of Harry Taylor, Isaac Dundas, the back row. Who's going to bust this one open? Ricks. Ben Ricks gets within 40. Last tackle now, says referee Jack Pearson from Townsville. Puts that into the corner. He's got the driver out on the green. Absolutely belted that well and truly dead.
It's just uncharacteristic.
Whoa.
That one. We've spoken this week about playing on these ovals when you don't have a fence parallel to your sideline. It's caused some concerns for some kickers, but
that was like Bundaberg, that one.
The Bundaberg win.
Bundaberg win, the cyclone.
I think you're still getting counselling from that.
I am still getting counselling. I've also had to get my lips replaced. There's a good carry from the big number 10. Away goes there as Commons. Gets to the 40. Look out. Here comes some Brendans. Another forward runner. This time it's the Preston Nickel, the number 8. So 8 and 10. Take 30 metres off the account. 18 short of halfway, the try line, I should say. Oberhart, the try scorer, goes back into the field to play here. Laurie's defence tests it again, keeping it alive here. The prop forward goes for a charge there, and Nickel, and a good shot there in the defence from the Confro defence of Laurie's, but Laurie's defence falls over again here, and they've scored right next to the uprights. Brothers St. Brendan's, I said, here they come, and here they come indeed.
Yeah, Jay Marsh, number 9. You could just sense there that Laurie's defensive line was just struggling to get back and get realigned on their right-hand side. Jay Marsh, he's had a very good carnival so far. We said the son of Origin utility PJ Marsh, his brother Braylon, played in the 23 final win for St. Brendan's, and Marsh good enough there. Good dummy halves know when Lions are struggling to get reset in defence. They were. He sensed it, went that way, and that's a very important try with just under 12 minutes to go, and a try where this is kickable.
Yeah, good run there from the prop forward, Preston Nickel. Both forwards, the big number 8 were involved, that Commons and Preston Nickel. They got them in a pretty good field position. They probably got about 30 metres off the account earlier in that set of 6 there, and they'd be able to capitalise on that territory. But Laurie's, yeah, a little bit unfamiliar. They just a few gaps there. And I don't know whether St Brendan's actually have done their homework to see there's opportunities close to the ruck. Something that Cathedral College couldn't do yesterday.
Well, this is just as part of the week, John, where the players who have been through it, they talk about it. And the coaches who have, guided these young men and young women yesterday through it talk about, these last, 15 minutes or so of games and just trying to draw on all the reserves that you have. And just then, you just saw on the front foot with St Brendan's going quickly. Lauries have just been exceptional so far in this tournament, and they're only maybe 6 points down with 10 to go.
Well, they have got points in. We saw Harry Taylor and company do that yesterday in the second half. So job not done here for...
But the referee can signal time off as he does there.
So time off on that one?
Yeah. So we say the very good NRL staff are running this game, so it's in exceptional hands.
Yes, it is.
The NRL has been at the side of every field, every game this week. The proper judiciary process is in place. It's been a first-class service. That kick goes over. We've got a 6-point ball game with 10 to go, John.
Well, do not be surprised and do not go away that this doesn't get levelled up before the 10 minutes remaining. So 10 minutes of Confraternity left. Confraternity number 46, brought to you by the Australian Catholic University. Well done to them for hosting this carnival. They brought the sunshine to Confraternity, and the crowd is, you can't fit anybody else in here. Fair dinkum. St Brendan's big carry there. Good start, good reset. And Cooper Boas will get up and have yellow and green across his face. What a carry back that was.
We mentioned before, just the coaches desperate to get a calm set after points. Brendan's on the way here to doing that.
Overheart the try scorer sneaks through there. You can hear the crowd lifting a little bit. So they try and take out the other crowd support here. Lauries, which dominates. No look pass here. Support play. No, he doesn't get the pass away there. As McLean hangs on to it. It's the last thing. He's just going to kick that into the in-goal area. It's going to be picked up at the back there by O'Shea. And O'Shea will beat one. Gets back into the field of play here. So, well, that was a good kick and a good set there from St Brendan's.
Yeah, it was. That was a perfect set in terms of getting to the other end after points. Lauries have got the task ahead of them here. They're down by 6 with 9 minutes to go, but this has been the odds that have faced them all week. In Division 1 for the first time, their goal was to stay in Division 1 because the bottom 2 of the 16 teams may be relegated to Div 2. That's an option. They haven't just stayed in Div 1 as that ball ricochets.
We'll let that go, and that will be a touch, knock on, scrum, turnover.
They haven't stayed in Div 1. They've got to the final. And we're going to see a fresh set of 6 here for Lauries, just advancing that field position a little bit.
Well, I think their strength... Oh, contact, big contact. I think the strength for Lauries, we saw it yesterday afternoon, is actually down this left-hand side. Cooper Young, Harry Taylor, they got some speed there, and also in Will Bradley, I think the left-hand side is where they need to go. They'll probably push it over towards the right-hand side and open up that left-hand side for a sweeping play. There's a marker defence penalty coming in the way of St Lawrence's. Taylor doesn't find touch. Yes, he does. I thought that wasn't going to go out. I think half of the Lauries crowd and coaching staff thought the same. Ooh, what are you doing to me? I've got time to age me. I don't need you to do it, Harry. So just have a look at this back line. You can't see it on screen. The back line is starting to line out from 12 metres out, almost back to the 40. I'll probably throw another couple of forwards at the line here and try and get a little bit more space to this left-hand side. That's a good carry, Look for an offload. I thought he was going to lose it. 10 out from the chalk to the left. Here they come. This is where their strength is. No look past. Cut out ball, try, they'll score in the corner, the touch charge, his call, looks at the referee, try! Will Bradley, they came to the left-hand side where they have their strength. That's where they were strong yesterday, and they've capitalised and scored in the corner. 16-14 kick to come.
Oh, this game just won't calm down. It just keeps on going. Great fight back from Laurie's. They were behind. I looked at Taylor on that one there. That play, he had room inside him if he decided to step left and go inside. The Brendan's defence hadn't covered his inside shoulder, but he went left. It was well executed and into the corner with a great last pass. It was just quick enough to free up the space for the try, and now we have got a kick from the sidelines with 6 minutes and 12 seconds to go.
Yeah, Crutch run through if we're locked up.
If we're locked up, we're going to extra time, and we have 5 minutes each way of extra time, and it's a golden point situation. So let's see if we get there first.
Correct.
Mackay from the sideline, and it is the sideline.
Yeah.
Honestly, if that kicking tee was back a centimetre, it'd be touching the paint.
Well, the crowd will tell you the story. Big crowd. Doesn't come back. Score made 16-14. He'd love to have that one again. Still plenty of time left for both sides to take this one away.
Well, what a 5 minutes and 20 seconds we have here. Look at Brendan's egg getting back to the restart with purpose. There's no time wasting for them. They're ready to roll.
Well, if they do take too long, the referee will stop the clock. So he has that option. I'm not saying St. Brendan's will do that on purpose, but there is the option there for the referee. Played in good spirit here as Confraternity. They wanted, some of these players, this is their last Confraternity, they want as many minutes as they can before the final siren, or whistle if you will, throws that back inside. Again, they come to this left-hand side. They know there's some strength on this left-hand side, but they're well and truly in their own end of the park, so they need to work it out and use the big men. And St. Brendan's, well, they've been strong in the middle as well. Their defence has been solid. There's a good one led by Weinhardt. Stands in the tackle, does the Denick. Taylor. Oh, Taylor round the legs and over the top here too. The biggest men on the park. Well, it's actually the 5'8" go in there and Hare.
You could just see Taylor there just thinking every now and again he can do a ruck like that and just get some pace and get his team back on the front foot. I think he felt they needed it there and he managed to do that, but just asked to play it back.
A shade. Play that one. It's opportunity for a 40-20. He's been taken out in the back play. We'll see what the referee does. That's a mighty kick. It's gone all the way down to the try line.
A good chase from the Laurie's defenders as well.
Well, it is a good chase. You're right, Michael Crutcher. Just look at the referee. He touched his ear piece to see if there was any cause for a late tackle. And the referee said play on, Oberhart.
The Brendan's big men aren't rushing back here, but you can't blame them. This is the last 3 minutes of one of the most draining weeks of their sporting lives. Are all back now behind the man playing the ball.
Warm conditions too at that. Sapping in the middle of the day, southeast Queensland in winter. No wind, no breeze, no relief. Commons gets almost to halfway. It's the last tackle. Good defensive set there from Laurie's. And with 3 minutes remaining, they'll one, maybe two sets to regain or take the lead.
Well, over the years,
Bradley.
John, we've both called games in Shield finals that we thought would be cliffhangers and one team really got away from the other. We've also called some very tight games. This will be one of the tightest that we've called. It is a Confro Classic, regardless of what happens from here. It's been really back and forth. So credit to both teams as we come to 2.5 minutes left for delivering what has been a great finish to a memorable week.
It goes up and Oberhart will go underneath that one and take it safely. Well, I can remember that game last year, St. Pat's and Padua, and the goal kicker had a shot relatively right in front and missed it. It was unbelievable. And
well, this is
our
third cracker in a row. There's only been a handful of points in it in Townsville and Rocky last year. Padua, unfortunately for them, losing both of those. And the Brisbane team's trying very hard. A South East Queensland team hasn't won Confro since 2018, St Mary's Toowoomba, with Jake Simpkin playing at hooker in that time. They're desperate to get it. They've been so close the last couple of years. Padua College scoring more tries and not getting over the line. Last roll of the dice coming up here for St Lawrence is to try to get Confro Shield back to South East Queensland.
They'll go to the hands of the try scorer Will Bradley, and Bradley run back. This is the final set of 6 here for St Lawrence's. They've got to go 88 metres down to the other end. Make that 80 again, because that's good defence from St Brendan's. They really need to switch it to the right-hand side. They've got a lot of players on the blind side here. They've only got about 4 players to the right of the uprights in it set up. So it's not rocket science to figure out which way they're going to go. Here they come to the left-hand side. Kick over the top here. Kick over the top here. Needs a bounce. Needs a bounce. Gets the bounce. Beats one. Still going, and that's going to be Cody Young. Or Cooper Young. Plenty happening here. It's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Inside the final minute. Lauries, they send it to the right-hand side. They straighten the play up the middle. The big fella goes for a charge. Takes a tackle on the 30. Centre of McMahon Oval. Last tackle here for St Lawrence's. Last play here. Last throw of the dice. Taylor puts it high. Chase is coming through. Coming into the crossbar. It's going to be taken underneath the post there by Oberhart, and that's a good take and a penalty.
Oh, what a way to maybe finish Confro with 28 seconds left. The chip kick was a cracker. It sat up beautifully. I almost thought he'd look inside. On his right, there was a chance that Laurie's had, but tough decision to make. And we are 15 seconds away from the end of what has been a cracker, a Confro Shield final cracker.
I thought it was almost going to be like Origin 1 there with Tedesco flying through the air there to take that and win it. But in this one here, the fullback from St Brendan's saves the day, and St Brendan's Japan have won this classic Origin final, 16 points to 14. Half-time scores were locked up. Michael Crutcher, how about that one? The ages.
Well done to both teams. That was our 3rd fabulous Shield final in a row. A great effort by both teams. They should be proud of what they've done here this week. Brendan's are the kings of Confro. They extend their lead now. That's their 15th Shield final win since this carnival started in 1980. That's more than any other school has got. St Lawrence as well done. They were the surprise packet of the week. They came here for their first ever Division 1 attempt. They wanted to stay up. Well, they've done more than that. They have been outstanding. 3 tries each in this final. That's what it was. It was separated by kicking, but nothing on the kickers because they were difficult kicks, some of them. But, John, I think we'll go back, and the history of Confro is so rich. In 46 years this carnival's been going. It keeps delivering every year, and the young men in this carnival have played their part in that history. They've gone and put in the chapter in the history book to say, remember 2026, remember St Brendan's defeating St Lawrence's in a game you could go back and watch on replay.
All right, on behalf of myself, John Devine, Michael Crutcher, and all the commentators help me out here, right?
We've got to thank Maris Cottage Ashgrove for what they have done this week to be the carnival hosts. They've done an unbelievable job. They'll pass on their knowledge to Aquinas College at Ashmore, who will host next year's Confraternity Carnival. The first week of the June-July school holidays next year will be on the Gold Coast for Carnival number 47. And I'm sure we'll have memories to take from that we'll be talking about for a long time from Ashgrove.
All right, well, I'll look forward to seeing you down there. I'll be in my Speedos. That's something to look forward to in 2027 here. But again, referees, volunteers, players, parents, friends, bus drivers, you name it, everybody involved to get this thing up and running. Shout out to Johnny Thomas, who wasn't here today, one of the life members, and we wish him all the best. Good luck to everybody getting home. Stay safe, stay classy, and we'll see you all again next year. Bye for now.
2, Tim. Testing 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask please for a representative from each school to come down the front and collect your Confraternity Shield magazine, please? So that's one box for each school, please.
Thank you, everyone. We'd like to start the final ceremony now. We've got a war party. Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, staff, coaches, managers, and players of the Carnival. I'd like to thank everybody for attending today and particularly throughout the week on this closing ceremony. Before we start, it's important we want to acknowledge. Firstly, we'll start with acknowledging the country. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, Turtle and Gagga people. I pay my respects to elders, past, present, and emerging. As well as that, we have some important sponsors that looks like we'll read out those to thank them for their support of this carnival. Australian Catholic University, Australian Sports, former Origin Greats, CNBN, St Leo's College, Carbon Club Queensland, North Queensland Cowboys, Gold Coast Titans, Dolphins, Brisbane Broncos, Traffic Schools around Queensland, Confraternity Drums Clubs, the National Rugby League and NRL development officers who have joined hard around officials throughout the week, the 5 Catholic Education Officers in Queensland, Brisbane, Wollongong, and Catholic Secondary Schools, Brisbane and Queensland. Without the generous support, that carnival will not be a success. So thank you all again. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to call upon our match referee at the Shield game to come forward, Jack Peterson, to receive the match ball for a thanks for this game. And I'd also like to thank at the same time all our officials throughout the week. Part of the presentation, I'd like to invite Mr. John Devine, who has tirelessly worked on the And this week has passed his 204. We'd like Don to receive a token of gratitude. Now I'd like to go through all the schools players. So we have the best and fairest players, and we have the Spirit Award for each school. So I'm going to go through each of them, and I'd like you to leave your applause to the end, please. The first name I call out is best and fairest. So once you hear your name, can you please assemble on my left over here? And the second name I call out, Spirit Award, could you please assemble on my right? Okay, and we'll leave our applause again. So, All Souls St Gabriel, Aidan McCaw, and Spirit Tom Linton. Please make your way forward. Aquinas College, Ethan Robinson and Leighton Cumming. Assumption College, Warwick, Harry Gillespie, Caleb O'Neill. Blackheath Thornborough College, Zephania Oy and Archie Sale. Burdekin Catholic School, Logan Guglielmana and Reed Carney. Chanel College, Gladstone, Edwin McCoy and Brighton Hayward. Chisholm Catholic College, Don Maloney and Carter Wexley. Cleveland McKillop College, Jake Pratt and Jake Ticehurst. Columba Catholic College, Adam Brockbank and Will Pearso. Emmaus College, Rockhampton, Antel Atkinson and James Lever. Emmaus College, Timboomba, Kane Eggerling and Ian Moy. Faith Lutheran College, Plainland, Jack Carlett and Jacob Williams. Gilroy Santa Maria College, Kieran Martin and Connor Matson. Good Council College, Daniel Wilson and Peter Solian. Good Samaritan Catholic College, Dylan Collins and Jackson Breton. Good Shepherd Catholic College, Dan Duncan and Sam Pugamaro. Holy Spirit College, Isaac Hobley and Dean Newton. Ignatius Park College, Ben Olsen and Patrick Fanning. Iona College, Brody Stefanski and Lucas Coltrane. Macaulay College, David Barry and Frankie Hardy. Marist College, Ash Road, Henry Robinson and Will Wood. Marist College, Emerald, Ty McDonald and Ryland Baxter. Berrymount College, Orlando Fitzpatrick and Miles Kelly. Mount Maria College, Mitchelton, Hayden Fraser and Aidan Crowe. Our Lady of Southern Cross College, Oliver Lewington and Ryan Elder. Padua College, Noah Stagg and Reuben Smith. Ryan Catholic College, Aidan Stedman and Connor Brazil. Shalom College, Bundaberg, Tom DeLacy and Luke Dial. Siena Catholic College, Betsy Gates and Lachlan Byrne. Southern Cross Catholic College, Tyson Alhova and Oliver Chapel. St Anthony's Catholic College, Chase Matthews and Alexander Lavery. St Augustine's College in Cairns, Nasa Foster and Brayden Miller. St Augustine's College, Augustine Heights, Cooper Cullen, Hunter Further. St Brendan College, Lockyer Hill and Harry Roby. St Columbus College, Caboolture, Jet Plunkett and Jake Lavelle. St James College, Cooper Burns and Zachariah Tuiali. St John's College, St John's College Nemble, Sam Finn and Julian Hoffman. St John's College Roma, Jack Bowen, Charlie Bowen. St Joseph's College Toowoomba, Jet Newen, Kai Sutton. St Lawrence's College, Harry Taylor, Taylor Mackay. St Mary's College Cairns, David Ellis, Mackay Barry. St Mary's College Toowoomba, Nate Scott and Fletcher Choice. St Michael's College, Harry Kennedy and Costa Hayes. St Pat's College, Gimpy, Lucas Rabine, Lachlan McLennan. St Pat's College, Mackay, Eli Cookson and Miles Koresh. St Peter Claver College, Cole Mitchell and Riley Tierney. St Teresa's College, Leonard Moses Tabuai and Brody Foot. St Thomas Small College, Dylan Ryan and Cooper Masterton. St Patrick's College, Shorncliffe, PJ Shepherd and Corey Mack. St Edmunds College, Ipswich, Marcus Island and Oscar Gray. The Cathedral College, Dujon Kanak and Parker Hunt. The Rockhampton Grammar School, Jake Gillard and Tom Jarks. Trinity College, being Lee, Akia Tiwakay and Ryder Air. Unity College, Tom Butterworth and TJ Skerner. Villanova College, Charles Farmer and Taj Graham. And Xavier Catholic College, Bryce Harris and Cooper Hanson. Can we put our hands together, please, for all our teams award winners? Thank you. For our next lot of awards, these are our major carnival awards. Could I just ask when a team is called out, if your captain could come forward, please, to collect a bunch of medals or trophies and take them back to your school. So firstly, I'd like to call upon Pete McPhee, Griswold Life member, to present the Referees Team Fair Play Award, and that goes to St Augustine's College, Augustine Heights. Alright, Spirit of Confraternity and Brothers Club Award, the John Bingham Trophy. I'd like to call upon Graham Brennan from the Confraternity and Brothers to present this to St Mary's College Cairns. Now for our next two awards, which is for the Confraternity Classic, I'd like to call upon Cole Hennessy, Life member, to present these. Firstly, we'll start with the runners-up, and that is St Mary's College Cairns. And the Confraternity Classic winners, Good Counsel College. I'd like to call upon Dennis McCloskey, who is a Life member, to award the next two, which is the Family of League Challenge. So firstly we'll start with the runners-up, St John's College Handball. Right, I'd next like to call upon David Gall, Catholic School Parents Queensland, to present our next two awards. This is not here, so I'll ask Mr. Peter Elmore, President, to present these. So the runners-up for the Confraternity Cup, St John's School, Roma. And the Confraternity Cup winners, Southern Cross Catholic College. Right, next I would ask Mr. Peter Elmore to present these awards as well in behalf of Australian Sports, and these are for the Confraternity Bowl. So the runners-up this year is All Souls St Gabriel's College. And the winners for the Confraternity Bowl, Xavier Catholic College. So I'd like to invite Dermo Ridden, who's Director of Catholic Education Cairns, to come to present the next two awards. So the runners-up in the Neil blocks each plate, Villanova College. And the winners of the Neil blocks each plate, St James College. I'd now like to invite Mr. Dan McMahon, CEO of St Leo's College, to come forward to present the next two awards. And firstly, it's the runners-up for the Bob Linden Trophy, goes to St Mary's College, Toowoomba. And the winners of the Bob Linden Trophy, St Patrick's College, Mackay. Thank you. For the next, could I ask Professor Tanya Broadley from ACU, please, to come forward to present the next three awards. We could have the whole team come up to these, please. Follow through. So the runners up for the Confraternity Shield, St Lawrence's College. Yeah, and now I'd like to call upon the winners for the Confraternity Shield for 2026, St Brendan's College, Japan. Award is the player of the finals, and it goes to St Brendan's number 13, Jake Syme. Call forward, Gavin Shimataki from the Fogs to present the next three awards. So these are our player of the carnivals for each division. So we're going to have division 2, 3 and 4. And then have the player of the carnival at the end. So, player of boys division 2 is from St James College, number 1, Cooper Kerr. Now for player of the boys Division 3. Goes to number 9, Southern Cross Catholic College, Michael Hopper. Alright, and our player for Division 4 is from Community College, number 13, Thomas Butterworth. Alright, next I'd like to call upon Steve Powell from the Brisbane Broncos to present the player with the most potential, the Brisbane Broncos Award. And this year goes to number 8 from Marymount College, Orlando Fitzpatrick. Alright, next I'd like to call upon Reg Cannon, the Carbine Club, to come forward to present the Carbine Club Spirit of the Carnival Award. And this year goes to number 7 from Good Counsel College, Emma Wilson. Alright, and the last of our special awards, I'd like to call upon Reg again, once he's finished, to present this award. And this is for the Player of the Carnival, the Lionel Williamson Trophy and the Don Elroy Medal. And it goes to number 13 from Cathedral College, John Kanak. Let's put our hands together for all those special award winners. Now lastly, I'd like to call upon Mr Paul Canning, Vice President of Quizrel, to announce the 2026 Quizrel Merit Team.
Well, before this Canning announces the team, good afternoon everyone, my name is Peter, I'm the President. I know I won't have your attention after the announcement of the team, but I just want to make a couple of points. Some closing points to quickly close the Confraternity Carnival 2026. This carnival began in 1980 with 6 colleges, and what we have here today is an absolute spectacle of everything that is true about faith-based education. Rugby sits in all of our colleges, and I'm really conscious that as we've given medals out today, we've made awards, that we don't lose sight of that. The Carnival is steeped in tradition. Over 50 players have come through here and represented at the state of origin level. Over 230 have gone on to play at NRL level. But we wouldn't like to think that that's what typifies this carnival. It's about community, it's about service, and it's about the formation of good young people with a great game of rugby. So I'm conscious of making that point. And I just wanted to share that with you, I suppose, it captures that there are players sitting there that have received no award. They've played their best, they've done their best, and they've represented their college. And they received no award. Gareth Shimasaki from the Brisbane Broncos arrived here today and I witnessed something that was really special. His teacher, Dennis McCluskey, was awarded a 30-year award life membership with our association for service. And Gareth walked up and he said, "G'day, sir, do you remember me?" Gareth received no award, he remembered his time at the Carnival, but most importantly, he remembered what his teacher did for him. So boys, each and every one of you, the girls who are still present here with us, I just ask you to put your hands together to say a big thank you to all of your staff who make this happen. There are many moving parts to this carnival. You can't put on 4 days of rugby league and have lots of people involved. It's a great example for each and every one of us of service and giving back. There are so many people to thank, but I would really like to say a big thank you to Michael Newman and Ryan Apps from Marist College. It's been an incredible display of their community spirit. A big thank you to Marist, particularly to the principal and to the convener Ryan Apps. Let's put our hands together to thank them as well. And finally, I say a big thank you to everyone who's been behind the scenes, to our selectors, to our volunteers, to our referees, to our medical staff, to everyone who has given up a week to contribute to the continuation of this great story of Confraternity. I say thank you to you, and I wish you all who are travelling a safe journey back. And I hope to see as many of you as possible back in next year when we gather at the Gold Coast and our host community with Finance College. I hope you enjoy the carnival. We thank you for putting our hands together to all of our volunteers. Thank you, sir. But I wanted to put your hands together. I'd like to continue that applause for the selectors today, who was chaired by Mr. Murray Schultz, the 11 other selectors who helped pick the girls team and also the boys team today, watched between them 236 games put in 4 days of actual play. So put your heads together for their time, their commitment, their expertise. Greatly appreciated. And no doubt, they have come up with a squad of 17 players to the salary side, along with a coach and manager. So without any further ado, I'd ask the players as they are called if they could come down to the front here to be congratulated by Mr. Elmore. And we'll start with the selection in jersey for number 1 in our honorary team. This player who comes from Nations Park College, wearing the number 1, Kamenika Kariaki. Number 2 for the team is also a player who wore number 2 for his college, St Brendan's College, and that's Hayden Hall. Number 3 player is also wearing number 3 from the Cathedral College, and it was Bailey Sylvester. And wearing number 4 for our HCU honorary team is also a player who wore number 4 for his college, that being St Patrick's Mackay, and that is Bailey Smith. From Marist College, Astro will be a player wearing number 5 in the honorary team, and he also wore number 5 for Marist College, and that is Ewan Wood. number 6 for our team. From St Lawrence's College, who wore the number 7, Harry Taylor. The number 7 also wore number 7 for his college, and that is from St Brendan's in the Queen. Rocky Hill. Number 8, from Ignatius Park College, who also wore number 8, Kayan Zara. Number 9, hailing from St Brendan's College, wearing number 9, Jay Marsh. Once again, number 10, also wore number 10 for his team, and that was Rockhampton Grammar School, that's Jake Gillard. Wearing number 11 in our team will be at Lawrence College, a representative from number 11 in his team, and that's Isaac Dundas. Number 12, from Wyoming College, also wearing number 12, Harry Cameron. Number 13, has already been up already, from the Cathedral College, number 13, Bijan Kanak. We go to number 14, who wore number 9 to St Patrick's Mackay, Ellie Cookson, Eli Cookson. Number 15 comes from St Brendan's College, and he wore number 8 to that college, and that's Preston Nichols. Number 16, who wore number 13 for St Augustine's College, Asar Foster. And finally, number 17, who wore number 10 for St Brendan's College, Craig Common. The honorary coach for the representative honorary team is from Aquinas College, Adam Samaritino. And the distinguished manager of the team comes from Chanel College, Chris Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our honorary side and congratulate them on a great winning footy. We'd like you to once again commend the players as they get their photo taken. That represents the Australian Catholic University honorary team for the first time in our 47-year history. We'd like to congratulate all the players, who played with these gentlemen, because without them, we don't have a representative. So congratulations, put your hands together. Folks, that concludes our carnival. Again, we wish you a safe journey home, and thank you for your parents.